But out of home, I do believe, plays a really important role in reaching mass audiences, whether it's at a community level, to the example that you just gave, or at a more national level. And it's important to use multiple types of media.
Yeah, and I agree with with what Stephanie said, and I think what's interesting as you talk about the social, the water cooler effect, right? No one's, other than professional football, no one watches television at the same time, so you don't have that water cooler effect. How do you spark social conversations? Out-of-home media can do that, and there's a lot of data that will show, particularly Gen Z, like out-of-home is probably the best way to reach Gen Z. They're out and about, they're very urban audiences. You get to them, they're very likely to actually look at the ads and interact with those ads by posting them onto social media. And we see that over and over again, that a lot of these powerful formats get posted onto social media. One example we did in Chicago, we do all the advertising for the Chicago Transit Authority, and working with Red Bull, we actually took an F1 car, and we put it on the train. And we actually ran it around, if you're familiar with Chicago, the elevated train lines, and it went all over the elevated train lines. It was a really cool thing to do. And the social pickup, both the impact of that, like people walking down the street in Chicago seeing an F1 car driving on the train lines, was pretty cool. But also the social impact, people took pictures, they shared it, and that amplification worked really well. So I do think the storytelling, it's a different kind of storytelling, but it's being able to pick those powerful moments that can go viral is a very powerful thing. The other type of, I would call customer engagement, is really around the utilitarian content on these screens is very powerful as well. So being able to do the sports scores, being able that could be sponsored, being able to put a ticker on what crypto's prices are, that's stuff that engages the audiences in a powerful way. So, we want to delight the audiences. We also want to inform the audiences and bring value, and that value, gets people to engage with the screens. And there's a lot of evidence that we can share that shows that people are engaging. They're going on social. They're taking digital actions in digital when they see the ads in real life.
Sorry.
I was just going to say about the social reach.
Right.
So for anybody who hasn't invested in out of home or is reevaluating budget, it's a great demonstration of the fact that the investment that you're making in out of home can double as investment in social. You're not paying. It's organic when you get that kind of attention on those platforms.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to bring up as well, was the social aspect of it. Have you seen anything go viral? Have you had any interesting campaigns that you have noticed?
Yeah, I was just saying the F1 campaign that we had, and then this is not just us. There's a huge amount of creativity in the industry. I think one of the best campaigns I saw that went viral was with JCDecaux. They have these green pylons in Paris, and if you're familiar with Super Mario Brothers, again dating myself, they had Mario popping out of the pylon like he does in the video game, and that went massively viral. And if you're a Gen X or of a certain generation, you say, "Oh, that's really, really cool." So I think that the ability, and you can point to many of these, so much so that there's actually what I would say is a terrible trend going on, which is people are faking it and putting fake out-of-home ads up on the screen, and that's just not it doesn't really do justice to what's actually happening in real life.
So we talked a little bit about measurement. You touched on that. And what would you say is the important things for a marketer to remember when we're talking about measurement? Yes, with programmatic, you can look at clicks, but how do we measure the amount of impressions that actually we do receive when using out-of-home advertising? The impact of awareness, which is still monumentally important to an advertiser. What would you say to that?
One trend that I've been seeing a lot this year that I really like is this idea that brand marketing and performance marketing should be considered together and holistically. And it sounds like a no-brainer, but the number of times that I'll hear that out of home isn't being considered for a plan because it's a performance marketing based plan, it's too much. And reason being is, one, upper funnel metrics do have a direct positive correlation with lower funnel metrics. So we can measure them separately. However, if you're building brand awareness and affinity and trust, there's going to be higher intention to purchase and sales from that. So it's one thing to keep in mind. It's not either or. You should be working on all of them collectively.
Yeah, and I think Billups has done an incredible job on many of these campaigns, many of which working with us and some of our colleagues in the industry. But one of the things that's happened in out of home, which out of home has benefited from, is the emergence of mobile device graphs. Because what's happening now is, historically out of home does have audited measurements based on ground truth data, traffic data, pedestrian data, ridership data, and an audited organization called Geopath that provides good, solid, foundational audience data that's measured, it's audited, it's real. But on top of that, we can overlay digital device data. And what that then allows you to do is provide some level in a privacy-friendly way to do some level of matchback and start to really understand some of the what happens to people after they see the ad and what they do. And to make this real, we will do campaigns with a partner called Street Metrics with their digital device graph, where you could buy a fleet of buses on ads in a city like San Francisco. And what that will deliver, you talk upper funnel, lower funnel, that will deliver relatively ubiquitous coverage of the city of San Francisco in terms of reach. But also we will look at, for a DTC brand, when you match back and extrapolate based on the matchbacks, the digital devices that have actually come in contact with that ad, you'll see significant lift and can back into a cost per visit or a cost per CPA that's pretty competitive. So, out of home's never going to be Google or Facebook, but when you actually start looking at it, it could be a pretty good below the line CPA as well, and get the benefit of the above the line, and we can measure it in a relatively effective way.
I mean, take this with a grain of salt, but I have yet to see an analysis that comes back where there's a control group and then a group that's been exposed to out-of-home followed by mobile re-engagement, where the out-of-home exposure first didn't lead to a significant incremental lift. So it just plays nicely with other media, so the re-engagement's nice there too. And I would say, going back to creative, just ensure that, and it sounds obvious, but that whatever your goals are, they're presented through creative that keeps this in mind. And this is going back to programmatic. I'd love to say that you can take the same content and just pop it right into out-of-home, along with the other channels that you're buying at the same time. In some cases, that can work. But in other cases, you're really going to want to, take advantage of out-of-home, doing a benefit for your brand by using the entire canvas and the context in which it's situated. And that, for the creative agencies in the room, is a really strong opportunity to make sure that you're fully up to date about what the capabilities are of the medium, because you can have a lot of fun with it.
That's 100% true.
And one thing about the message, whether you're a brand that has national awareness, take that as one group, whether you're a startup brand, whether you have a cause that you care about, whether you yourself have an entrepreneurial brand that you want to start, no matter what it is, not everything has the same level of awareness, right? There's a cause that could have no awareness. There's Verizon that has 100% awareness, but they have new initiatives that don't. And then in particular, the messaging that brands are always trying to test to figure out what is the right positioning, right? What's the positioning of this new launch? What's the positioning? Trying to read the consumer's mind and get the words right. So they stop and they're like, I've never thought of it that way before, to get them to stop. Digital out of home in particular, and I don't know as much about programmatic, but digital out of home allows you to test so many different opportunities and so many different positionings of that language to get it right. And the A/B testing, test versus control, driving to different places, different domains, and even with scans, of course, if you're walking and you can scan with the phone and get the QR code. That, I think, as a marketer, as you think about building a brand, this medium is really underutilized in that way.
Yes, that's actually, we're out of time, so I thank you all so much for joining me today on the panel. But to leave you all, that's exactly what we want to leave you with. The technology is ever growing when it comes to out of home. The ways that we can attribute response from our audiences, the way we can actually find our audiences. Geolocation is always one of the most powerful things we could do in out of home. So take away today that is definitely a great tool in a marketer's toolbox, and we should be thinking about it in our campaigns.
That was awesome. Thank you, guys. Okay, next up, we have our CMO panel. I'm going to ask Frank, Dan, Brian to join me on stage. There's supposed to be some music I could sing. We're having some AV issues. There you go. I'm happy to stand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hi. Your picture was there. You lost it. Okay. We might have a music bed under our talk today. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have an unbelievable panel today. Thank you all for joining. I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourselves, starting with Dan.
Is it on now? There you go. Hey, everyone. First off, I just want to thanks for the opportunity to be on this panel. I truly appreciate it. So I'm Dan Harkey. I work at Mayo Clinic. I'm a director within the Department of Marketing, focused on a couple items within the Department of Marketing. I have a unique role in that I wear one hat as pertains to customer experience and truly trying to optimize the overall customer life cycle at Mayo Clinic. There's so many individuals that will interact with Mayo Clinic from a digital perspective that will never step foot inside of the four walls of Mayo Clinic. And so how do we improve that experience? And then I also wear a hat of really being a general manager of a product portfolio that's really trying to do two things: create diversified revenue for Mayo Clinic and also connect and create relationships with potential patients of the future.
Hi, I'm Brian Venuti. I'm the CMO of Premier Care Dental Management. Our flagship brand is Dental 365. I've been in the localized healthcare space for a while, so I'm in dental right now. Before that, I was in the hearing care space, working for a company called Alpaca, which was the largest roll-up of independent hearing centers. We got acquired by Sonova, who was the global player in hearing. And before that, I ran customer marketing and analytics at Luxottica for the North America retail brands, so Lens Crafters, Target Optical, Pearl Vision, and some of the sun brands with Oakley and Sunglass Hut. And I love what I do, and it's an interesting intersection when you're dealing with healthcare, you're dealing with doctors, but ultimately I'm responsible for marketing, and it really cuts across when it has to do with just the core of being found, being known, building trust, seamlessly getting appointments, and having a positive patient experience.
Hello, loud. I also brought a 911 recording while you can play that. But no, please don't. Hi, I'm Frank Russo, Senior Director, Digital Operations at Kiss Beauty Products. In case you're not familiar, Kiss Products, artificial nails, artificial lashes, cosmetics, hair appliances, hair tools, accessories, available at all your fine retailers. But digital operations, I oversee the entire digital ecosystem of KISS, which encompasses all our websites. We have, there's about 11 websites that we're managing. Half of them are e-commerce, half of them are not. Social media platforms, customer service, performance, digital performance, marketing, media, many things, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chaka Adams. I'm a marketing executive and consultant, also a published author. I am, if I had to describe myself or introduce myself to you all, I would say that I am the splash of color in a black and white corporate world. So I consult with clients to ensure that, that they're really building out micro marketing campaigns that really speak to specific demographics, speak to people in an authentic voice. And I've been in the fintech world for some time now, kind of got in there accidentally just because I don't even know how I got there, but I'm here now. But I'm in the fintech world, but what makes it different is that I'm bringing my personality into that space, and I think that that's kind of crucial in the marketing world, so that's kind of who I am.
Awesome, thank you. So the goal today is to talk about the future and share your kind of crystal ball into what's next. But before we get to the future, we're going to talk about the present. And looking at where you are today, can you describe like your biggest challenge and your biggest opportunity in marketing as a brand, as an organization? What has been kind of like your top challenge, but what have you also defined as an opportunity? Who wants to go first? Brian. You're right.
I'll give an example. So many of you are familiar with marketing funnels, right? And there's different versions. There's ones that are upper, middle, and lower funnel in terms of advertising. And what I've found is that we as marketers find the KPIs that work, you know, your cost per lead, your cost per acquisition. But I've recently been in a situation where I was celebrating cost per lead and we're high-fiving and we're finding efficiencies. But when you dig into it, there are certain, especially in a multi-location type of business, the cost per acquisition is off, right? And so we have to be careful not to judge or throw the baby away with the bathwater in those instances, because I had a location where for the month we had 2 new patients coming from marketing. And there was a lot of heat around what's going on, what's broken, it's not working. But then when we went up the funnel, we said, well, there was 30 leads. And a lead is determined as a form fill or a, click to call. And so what's happening at that location? Are they not answering the phone? Are they not booking it? Is it a qualified lead issue? And I do think marketers need to understand and facilitate those discussions, because there's other accountabilities. There's other partners in the organization that need to help troubleshoot that and figure it out. And so for me, I think there's a huge opportunity in understanding, communicating, and facilitating full funnel conversations with our functional partners.
Terrific.
He just stole my whole.
That means it's true if we
I'll show
both
you my
agree.
notes. Just to kind of add on, also touched upon the first panel, touched upon it, but I think as marketers, sometimes we work in funnels, and we have marketing department that may be working on national awareness campaigns. Then we have conversion. We're working on conversion marketing, in a bubble. And I think the importance of connecting the two, and not only that, but creating a middle ground, right? Because some things, you have to build the awareness, and you have to convert sales. Or when you get a customer, you have to put them into the bottom of the funnel and kind of retain them and kind of try to make them buy more, try to make them buy more often, try to make them buy other things, cross-selling. But there's a middle ground, which I want to call prospecting or real performance marketing in that middle ground. And it's really, so what we try to do is we try to, you know, to purchase media at a lower discounted, more broader audience at the top level, and they have a totally different set of KPIs, and then we can segment the real qualified segments out of that audience, and pay more of a premium to reach them again, and to change the content so that the content is more of a national brand at the top. In the middle, we want to attack the purchase or trial behavior barriers. Like we want to explain the solution, you know, and before, because everyone has preconceived notions of if you have a product and they're already saying, well, it's negative, it's not for me. But we want to break that barrier and say, no, it is for you. This is why, and you know what you were afraid of, you shouldn't be afraid of. And then of course the bottom is the retention, and it's easy once you get them. Then you know it's easier to keep them than it is to go out and get new people every month. So so that's been our key insight for this year moving forward.
I would say our biggest challenge within healthcare is a pesky thing called HIPAA, and what that does not allow you to do as it pertains to trying to market and target certain individuals in certain segments. So, but I like how you frame that question around what challenges you have, but then how are you, like, what are the positives, or what is it forcing you to do it? And for us at Mayo Clinic, it's truly forcing us to create that direct relationship with the patients of the future, because we can't rely on retargeting on social, for example. Like, we just can't do that, of where HIPAA is going, where OCR is going. And so truly focusing on creating those direct relationships. And then I'll throw another one out there. What's happening with SGE and your ability to create organic traffic is going to, who knows where that goes? But MayoClinic.org gets a ton of organic traffic today. Will we get that same traffic tomorrow? I'm not sure. So again, creating those direct relationships are crucial.
Can you share, just, it'd be helpful for the group, share a little bit about MayoClinic.org's traffic, and because it's massive.
Yeah. Right now, I'm sure if you hop on your phone and you Google "my arm hurts," you're going to land on MayoClinic.org, and it gets about 2.6 billion sessions per year. And so the work that I'm doing is, how do we optimize that traffic? We get tons of traffic to our site. We know very little about them. That needs to change. And again, as those direct relationships. But yeah, I mean, it's a massive owned property for us right now, but will it be in the future is the question.
I think going back to what Brian said, when you look at cost per acquisition versus cost per lead, and you're getting all of these leads, I think what's really important, especially as we move forward, and in research, one of the emerging trends for 2023 and beyond is just the marrying of the sales teams and the marketing teams, and realizing that they're really an extension of each other, whether it be customer service. So we can get all the leads that you want as a marketer, but if that sales team, or that person who's the face of the organization, or they're picking up the phone, if they don't have that marketing skill set, then that lead does not convert. And so I think that one of my challenges is ensuring that that the two are married, and that any sales team or any external facing team, that they're very entwined with the marketing goals and the marketing team, and that conversation is taking place. You should be having regular meetings with those teams to ensure that everything that we're doing is not for naught, but they know how to convert them. They know how to speak the same marketing language. We should all be speaking the same language. And I've seen companies, and I've been challenged myself with, we'll have one thing here from a marketing perspective, and then there's a whole different language once that lead gets beyond that marketing tactic that brought them in. So I think communication between the two is really important.
Great. So I took an informal poll of some other CMOs and asked them what would be the most pressing question that they'd ask all of you. And one great question is, all the things that we're talking about, things like Web3, they require investment. How do you convince internal stakeholders pour more marketing dollars. How do you make a case for the marketing spend that you need to be properly equipped for the future? And this wasn't part of my prep call with you guys, so this is a pop quiz question.
Thank you. I think, I'll go first. I think as it's difficult to get every upper management on board with spending, and spending on new technologies or going into new areas that we really can't provide a return on that investment. And I think it's just, if we can train our thinking on, what's the value of an impression, what's the value of an eyeball, what's the value of awareness, I think that it's easier for us to kind of be able to introduce new technologies and new, it's all about objective. What is the objective that we want? The presidents are always going to be like, to ring the cash register. But not all platforms and not all technologies are going to ring the cash register at that particular moment.
Right.
So I think it's just training the way we're thinking to be able to, spread the awareness, and knowing that, how do you connect from here to making the final sale or getting that return on investment, you kind of connect the dots.
Right.
I have a quick
yeah.
thing to add there. I agree around finding an ROI and trying to justify it with financials. My approach that's been successful is I try to just make it no cost, right? So I find a savings and then I say, we're gonna fund that. Or, we drive incremental revenue and we reinvest it. I think it is very challenging to just ask for incremental investment and take a leap of faith, especially in some of our work environments. But if you could find the savings, create incremental dollars, and say it's going to be self-funded, or we're gonna fund it at a low risk type of way, it really takes off the pressure. Now, if you have a savvy leader in your organization, they're gonna say, no, just because you saved me here doesn't mean you get it to spend over there. And then you gotta have the conversation around the return. But I really like being able to find the money to self-fund.
Yeah, I would say for us, we talk a lot as a marketing lead team around our inability as marketers you're really good at storytelling for the external audience. We're not very good at storytelling internally, especially with the C-suite. And so how do we begin to improve the story that we need to tell, which ultimately is how will this investment lead to more patients in the door at Mayo Clinic, and not just any patients, the right patients, the patients that we want to see here at Mayo Clinic. And then obviously return on ad spend is always something that you have to have on there. I mean, if there's no ROI attached to some investment, it's just going to fall flat.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think that I totally agree with us not being able to tell that story internally. And it kind of goes back to ensuring that everyone is speaking the same language, that we all know what's happening. But I also think that, we need to make sure that that we're presenting any marketing tactic or tool as a revenue generating tactic. And I think that that's where sometimes we might lose that conversation with the C-suite and ensuring that we're getting money coming in. People, when you look at budgets, it's marketing has all of this money to spend and they're doing this and it's the fun, beautiful, splashy, exciting things, but it's also revenue generating. And I think that we need to look at that. You need to look at the life cycles of your customers that are coming in. How long are they staying? What are they adding? And just continue to add that. So I think that being able to tell the story internally, market the marketing team internally, market spend internally, but also positioning the team and the marketing expense as a revenue generator is really important.
Thank you. So I want to touch on AI. Viral gave a great presentation this morning. As an agency, we are an AI-enabled agency, everything from analytics, and Rich, who's in the back, has done some great mid-journey storyboards, and it's certainly doing what Viral said is it's making us smarter and work faster. I'd love to hear from whoever would like to volunteer how you used AI in your organization, in your marketing, and again, not part of the prep, but it seemed important coming out of this morning. So
I can give an example. So we're working on some web initiatives where we have over 100 locations, and we know that duplicate content's bad. And so in a perfect world, if we have a piece of information on a location page that is specific to the local community, that would be great. I mean, AI just gave that to me in 5 minutes. And so there are some efficiencies that are not just, hey, get it done faster, but it serves a purpose. And in a related topic, what's been on my mind a lot is, the people and the human capital side. And I think if you have an agency that knows what they're doing, it bridges the gap. But for those of us that want to have some level of expertise internally, how do you vet for that? How do you figure that out? And I have a guy on my team that we, on our free time, we're forwarding each other videos. He's forwarding me TikToks. I'm forwarding him things I see on LinkedIn around the newest things. And it breeds an environment of sharing and learning and growing. And so I do think there's an aspect of, do you have the right people internally and externally as things are changing so fast, that are curious and that are looking, because you can't test it all. And then once you do it, you got to act on it, and you got to learn, you got to go. And so that's my experience.
And just on AI, I'd just be curious, concerns of privacy, or how do you navigate that?
I'm less concerned about privacy. My two big concerns are we get something that someone else also got, and then it doesn't show up as original. So we are careful about language and trademarking, and making sure that imagery we feel is ownable, right? And then when it comes to privacy, we're not using it in a way that implies that we know the customer, right? I mean, we're testing, not testing, we're doing right now for Google reviews. We use a platform where there's an AI function, right? It learns based on overtime the types of reviews that we do, instead of someone manually coming up, thinking of a response every time. AI creates a recommendation. Sometimes we use it, sometimes we edit it, sometimes we don't. More often than not, we use it because we're using it to respond to positive reviews. And it's recommended that you respond to all reviews. And so on negative reviews, we don't use it. On positive reviews, yeah, we use it as an efficiency tool.
Great.
I can talk a little bit. So we're fairly new in the e-commerce world. I started with KISS about 7 years ago, and we launched our first e-commerce site 6 years ago, 1 year later. So as we, and then every year it seemed like we were launching a new brand as e-commerce. But so every year as we collected consumers, we collected direct-to-consumer customers, we got to the point where we were 5 years in, we had enough customer data that we implemented a customer data platform, a CDP. So we analyze a lot of the customer data, their purchasing behaviors, and we use this information not only to retarget and get them to buy more, but also to develop new products, and what products are resonating, what products are hot, what products go with other products, and we use that. The product development teams use that information to develop further products. That's one example. And then there's social sentiment, right? So we pull all our social sentiment, and again, that goes into marketing. So the marketing understands what type of messaging to create, prepare, what kind of messaging to stay away from, and also goes to the product development teams to understand, what consumers want, and they use this information, this data, to develop, future products as well. So that's just a couple of ways.
So looking ahead, some of the things that we're going to talk about later Web3, metaverse, kind of the next phase of AI. Can you share one area that your team is specifically looking at, and where are you focusing? You mentioned privacy, and that is a big conversation for us. And it's interesting to see all of these health institutions be sued now for just using retargeting, Google Analytics and Meta. So let's shift the focus to looking ahead. What are kind of like the key headlines that your organization is focusing on? What are you guys talking about that you weren't a year or two ago?
None of these questions were prepared, by the way. But I guess I'll go first then. I mean, for the past 2 years, we've been really, focusing and looking into CTV, and believe it or not, linear TV this year, because linear TV is becoming more and more accessible and affordable, and there's platforms that are providing linear TV opportunities with CPMs as low as CTV, as low as they're connected. So those are areas that we've been looking into. But again, it's not a converting platform. So there has to be an awareness internally that this is an awareness play, and there has to be buy-in that we will see the benefits over time, not immediate.
That was a great answer. You don't need prep calls. You're good.
I would say for us, and it's not exciting, but I would say, I talk to my teams a lot, and we talk a lot as a marketing lead team around precision. And I think precision is going to become more and more important as the ability for us to effectively market top of the funnel. I mean, it's pretty much like now it's spray and pray, because we don't have a ton of tools at our disposal just because of all the regulation. So I talk to my teams a lot around precision. So how do we leverage AI and machine learning both on who we target, how we target them, how we talk to them, where do we target them, and then use large language models to create, because obviously content's still king, and I think it's, content will be king for a while. How do we begin to scale that content production, and not just articles, right? There's so much that we can do in the video space and the interactive content space that we're looking into. And as a marketing lead team at Mayo, it's like, how do we get in front of the right patients? Not just any patient, but the right patient. So precision is a lot that we talk about.
Thank you.
For us, I'd say social responsibility. When you think about it, research shows and studies have shown that over 50% of Gen Zs will purchase from a company that is socially responsible. So they speak about racial injustice. They speak about gender inequality. And I know, I've been in the marketing world for years, and for years we shied away from taking stances and, just being more upfront and vocal about those things. But with the new generation and the new customer coming, they care about that. So I think that as marketers, we have to make sure that we're speaking to these things, or that we're showing authentic care and support. And it might not, you won't be able to, say you have a social media campaign around social responsibility, around climate change. No, of course you're not going to see there's a, that's a conversion, that brought, a customer on. But what that does is it allows the customer to really build an authentic relationship with the marketer or with the organization, and then eventually become a customer. They build loyalty, they build brand loyalty, they really care because they think that you care. So I think for us, well, for me and consulting on marketing, I would absolutely tell companies to make sure that you have that social responsibility and that voice to show that, because I really believe that that's going to be a trend that, although we shied away from really taking stances in the past, we have to now, especially with social media. And most people get all of their news from social media, so it's really important that companies just kind of, you don't have to align yourself with a side, but just being aware, because then it becomes, more authentic, more genuine. You're not necessarily pushing a product to someone, but you're caring. And so I think that that's something that, that we need to make sure that, AI and digital marketing trends and all of that is amazing and definitely will push things forward, but don't lose that authentic, that voice and that relationship because it's truly important.
Thank you.
I would just add, for me, I think that formalized learning plans, learning agendas for channels is very underutilized, understated. And, for example, when we talk about patient communications, we communicate over text message and we communicate over email and we make outbound phone calls. And, I brought up, well, there's a certain population, Gen Z, that they're not using SMS, they're using WhatsApp. So should we explore giving an option and then we need to decide, is it worth it? We need to decide what the capabilities are. For out of home, we've looked at out of home, we've looked at different things, and I've seen the data around eyeballs and visibility, but to the earlier point on overlaying mobile data, I can actually get information on not only all the people who see the billboard, but where do they live, right? And so if I'm representing a local dentist who most of their patients, one of the top criteria is it close to my home, I can now connect the dots of the people who are seeing the out-of-home to where they live, to where my location is. That becomes way more compelling, right? And those types of insights don't happen by accident. They happen by asking questions, thinking about the channels, and formalizing the learning plan and then placing your bets.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask each of you, and this was part of the outline, we have a lot of other CMOs in this room. What would your advice be in preparing for the future, right? This is all about kind of looking ahead, and the future being next year and the next 3 to 10 years. What would your insight and advice be?
Well, I really believe that I'd say just to put yourself in the place of the customer. And I think as CMOs and as seasoned marketers, we tend to just continue to think as marketers and think as executives or think that way. But you have to put yourself in the space of the customer and don't lose that. I think that that's truly important. And I think that as you look at, just different, like digital marketing, of course, is always going to be there. But I do think that just building that authentic and diversity-driven marketing is really what's going to kind of take us to the nobody's one way anymore. Like everything is so diverse. So I think just ensuring that in this black and white world that you continue to just add splashes of color, I think that's what I would take away for the future.
I think you brought up something that was important, and that is, the younger generation and where are they, where are they communicating and where, like the WhatsApp, and should we include that in the marketing mix or the contact mix? I think we just need to understand where the younger generation is, where they stream content, and what type of content, because different content for each platform has its differences. And today we're all like, we're on Instagram, they're on Instagram, and they're on TikTok, but the younger generation is somewhere else. And so that you need to start speaking to them at a younger age where they are, so that when they get older, you bring them into the brand family. And so I think looking to the future, I think that's my takeaway, is to really understand where the younger generation is getting their content from, and then what type of content it is, and how can you be there so that you can cultivate them into a brand loyalist. Thank you.
And you guys are in the metaverse, and you're finding them there. Yeah,
we launched the metaverse. I still don't really know where it is. They They didn't tell me how to get there, but yes, but we're there. And that's another thing, like, and how do you really connect that with gaming and what really is the metaverse? Because we can make, we can do a landing page or microsite and call it the metaverse, but, how do you really, what is the metaverse? Can that be the next question? Can I ask you?
Okay.
What is the metaverse?
That's my definition is kind of like that third digital universe, like a digital version of the real world. That's how I would define it. Thank you for that.
You got back at you. My one thing is strong brand will never be unimportant. So as channels change, as digital changes, brand and brand reputation hold true, right? And I also think that a lot of marketers define brand by a brand campaign or a brand advertising. And I do think that, a couple years ago, word of mouth marketing was a lot more buzzy than it is today. But I think word of mouth marketing is still really powerful and really strong. And there are elements of brand as marketers that we get so caught up in, paid and organic and so on. In our offices, we have a signature scent, right? And if you go to a dental office in the past, and a lot of dental offices in the current, it has that smell of the dental office. I don't know if you can all relate to that. And it's not pleasant, and it has some psychological attachments to fear and drilling and whatever else you don't want. And so we made a decision around when people come in, they're going to get a different experience, right? And so I do challenge us to just not forget and not minimize the importance of real power of brand and how that translates to word of mouth marketing.
Terrific. Thank you.
I would say learn, always be consuming what's new and out there. I think a lot about we need to be out ahead of the puck, and I apologize for the Minnesota term there, but we can't skate to the puck, we have to be out ahead of the puck because the minute we skate to it, it's passed us by and our competition is already doing what we should have been doing. So I talk a lot about being out ahead of the puck, and you talked about the metaverse, and if anybody has not seen the Mark Zuckerberg podcast with Lex Friedman, I would encourage you all to go look at it. It was the first podcast within the metaverse. Very cool. Like what the metaverse can truly do to, we aren't in the same room, but it actually feels like we're in the same room, and what that can do within healthcare is things that we're thinking about. And then how does that translate to marketing as well?
I'm going to share that podcast with the attendees because I know what you're talking about, and it's fantastic. Yeah.
And then I would also say focus on strategy. I think us as marketers like to plan, but we don't actually have a true strategy. And a plan is not a strategy. A strategy is what playing field are we on? More importantly, what playing field are we not on? And then how are we going to win? That's the key point.
Perfect.
If all else fails, I like the FAFO.
I learned FAFO today as well.
Yeah.
So thank you guys. Big hand for this group. So we have one more session before lunch. I'm going to ask Moana to come up to the stage. You guys, thank you.
My mother, again, Uber driver, Instagram DMs, you know who you are. The woman, table 5, and the guy in line
turn to go in store. And that leads us nicely into why people buy, and specifically the psychology of shopping. Like I've said before, we've had a pretty chaotic past 4 years, but nonetheless, consumer behavior has always been irrational and not consistent at all. And that has led to a lot of emotional-based shopping, what we're also dubbing it as impulse purchases. I myself am literally wearing one right now. I did not own this outfit last week. I saw it on social media. I thought, okay, well, I have a presentation. I can justify it. I rationalize it to myself. I know I'm going to feel better if I have a cute suit on and everything like that. And I ended up purchasing it. And it's very fitting, as Gen Z are the most likely generation to make impulse purchases. And that's actually growing 14% year on year. And there's a lot of different reasons that feed into this. Firstly, they're the most positive about their finances out of any other generation, especially during economic uncertainty. It's also important to mention that 50% of Gen Z are still living at home with their parents, and we can assume that's rent-free. And of that 50%, 1 in 2 are working full-time jobs. So you put that all together, they're positive about their finances, they're most likely living at home rent-free, and on top of that, they're full-time employees, so they have a lot of disposable income. It's also important to add that they are chronically online. Again, I've talked a lot about Gen Z, and I'm kind of throwing them under the bus. I'm throwing myself under the bus here, but every generation impulse buys. There's just different reasons for why. Like I said before, Gen Z is really motivated by social media ads. They're most likely to use the buy button within social media apps, and they're also most likely to be influenced by celebrities and influencers. Let's shift gears to another generation, millennials. They have a bit of a different reason as to why they're impulse buying, and a lot of it has to do with emotional spending. They make impulse purchases to help them cope with stress, whereas older generations have a bit of a different approach. Gen X does it to take advantage of sales and deals, and baby boomers usually purchase items because they know they'll have a use for it later on. For brands, again, it's important to tweak your approach. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and we can't just assume certain things about certain generations. Now that we understand why they're making impulse purchases, what are some of the items that they're impulse buying? And to explain this chart a little bit more here, the numbers in white signify the planned purchases that they were going to make in Q1 2023. The numbers in pink signify the actual purchases that they made in Q2 of 2023. So to sum it up, when the number in pink is higher than the number in white, it means there were more purchases that were unplanned. And if you look at electronics, let's specifically focus on the US again, and something that we saw in our data was that headphones was a really hot item that a lot of consumers were interested in. And around 13% of American consumers in Q1 were planning to purchase a pair. And actually double the amount in Q2 ended up purchasing the pair, a little over double the amount at 27%. Again, showing that maybe at first they weren't showing demand or they weren't planning to buy it, but it ended up being that impulse purchase. Same goes for travel tickets. A lot of younger generations are purchasing travel tickets on impulse, a lot more than older generations. They're still getting in on the action, but younger generations are definitely leading in that regard. And again, bringing up all the things that we talked about in the prior slide, what's driving them. Younger generations, it's really that push of social media. For older generations, it's sales, deals, having that idea of, I can use this later. But at the end of it all, it's really emotions that are pushing consumers to make these impulse purchases. As a brand, it's important to focus on consumer intent. consumers usually end up buying more than they intend to, and there is probably more demand out there than you even realize. So now we'll move on into our last section for today, which is all about luxury, and specifically in the APAC market. And the reason why we're focusing on the APAC market is, as we looked into our data, we noticed that their buying behaviors and attitudes towards premium products differed from any other region, and interest has grown tenfold in APAC for luxury products, something really important for brands to take note of. And to better understand why APAC consumers are so interested in luxury, it's good to take a look at how they describe themselves compared to the rest of the world. They focus a lot on personal image, they're extremely fashion conscious, and they also say that they tend to buy more premium products. And that really indicates to us that they focus on treating themselves. They want those feel-good items. It's also interesting to see that they're least likely to use discount codes and most likely, compared to any other region, to pay for items at full price. And this is something for brands to keep in mind when developing promotional strategies, especially around luxury items in the APAC market. And we definitely can't talk about luxury without mentioning the rise of quiet luxury, which, simply put, is people moving away from this idea that luxury products have to have the brand's logo slammed all over it, super flashy, a little bit obnoxious in my opinion, but everyone can have their own. But how we've seen in our data that consumers have moved away from this is how they feel about standing out in a crowd, which has actually gone down over the past couple years across all regions. It's also gone down in APAC, but it was the smallest decrease. And this isn't to say that they're rejecting quiet luxury at all. They still love luxury, they love the quiet luxury trends and everything, but they still want to separate themselves from others. And that's how they're doing so, through purchasing luxury products. And as I've hinted at before, interest in luxury in the APAC market is booming right now, and they're actually leading for luxury purchases compared to any other region, specifically Chinese consumers. And as we were looking through different segments and analyzing this data, one thing that we noticed is that 45% of luxury buyers in the APAC markets are actually high-income earners. And that jumps down to 29% for low-income earners. But actually, low-income earners in APAC purchasing luxury beats out high earners purchasing luxury in any other region, just to put that into perspective. They're not letting economic uncertainty phase their purchasing decisions when it comes to luxury. And some of these brands, how they've been able to really enter this market a little bit more, one of the examples is Louis Vuitton. They've started introducing more global ambassadors that are favored by APAC consumers. It's really important to make sure that consumers feel represented, and that encourages them to purchase those products. And for those where luxury is too expensive or it just doesn't fit their lifestyle, that's where dupes come into play. It doesn't stop them from getting in on the action, as roughly 3 in 10 luxury shoppers have purchased dupe products in the past year. It's the status, but without the sky-high price tag. And actually, luxury buyers on average purchase more dupe products than the average consumer. This is really led by millennials and Gen X, with Gen Z following close behind. And as a brand, it's important to recognize the emotional ties to luxury products, as over half of consumers say that owning luxury is a reflection of status. There's these emotional and social aspects to it. Even if it's not the real deal, they're still able to have brand reputation or brand recognition, again, even if it's not the real deal. And for consumers that are not interested in dupes and luxury products, there's always the secondhand market. a majority of consumers in APAC have participated in the secondhand market, but majority is in tech, and it actually dips down quite a bit when it comes to accessories and clothing items. And for example, in the US, to compare the two different regions, in the US, a lot of secondhand luxury products, there's a lot of different ways to purchase them, especially online. When it comes to eBay, for example, they recently launched a verified reselling program. We've also had the RealReal, which has been around for a couple years, both online, and they actually have physical stores in New York too. That isn't to say that APAC consumers aren't interested in secondhand luxury goods, but the ways that they go about it is completely different. They're more likely to go into consignment shops that specialize in these goods so that they can physically see the items, check the quality for themselves, and make sure that it's worth the money that they're spending to purchase this. They also do have certain apps. For example, Mercari is extremely popular in Japan, but they don't have a verified reselling program. It's actually interesting bringing up Japan into this conversation too, because they've actually become a tourist hotspot for reselling Birkin bags. Specifically, it's become like a tourist destination to resell them, and a lot of tourists will actually travel there and get them because I'm sure you're all aware, Hermes Birkins are very hard to attain. Not only are they extremely expensive, but you have to have a little bit of clout or status to get them, to have the sales associate to offer that you can even buy one in the first place. And therefore, Japan has seen a growth in terms of that market in particular. And for brands entering these markets, it's not like there is no interest. Again, clearly there is interest, but that trust and making sure that they're getting the value for what they're paying is extremely important. And one way brands can deal with this and try to come up with solutions is offering in-house. So you can offer refurbished items at your own stores, and ultimately that helps build that trust. They know that it's coming from the original place where it was originally made. So yeah, but I know I've thrown a lot of information at you all today, but some quick key takeaways. Number one, searching for products online has completely changed. It's gone from info-driven to inspo-driven, and really social media has strong-armed that in a lot of ways. And it's also driven by Gen Z, therefore it's unlikely that we'll see this reverse anytime soon. And traditional search engines, for example, Google, are starting to change their ways to deal with the wants from consumers in that way. Impulse buys. 2 in 3 online shoppers make monthly impulse purchases. Every generation has a different reason for why, but usually it's attached to some kind of emotional reason. A big one is the integration of shopping functions into social media apps. I know myself, Instagram, when they started selling things on that app, that was a very dangerous place for me to be. And also focusing on consumer intent. Again, like I said before, consumers buy more than they intend to. So there might be more demand out there than you even realize. And lastly, APAC. It is a booming market for luxury goods and definitely important for brands to tweak their approach when entering this market. They care about looking good and also feeling good, but they have different ramifications on how they want to purchase luxury products. The 2 ways that we've seen other brands start to do this is with global partnerships to help them feel represented. And number 2 is offering refurbished goods in-house. So with all that being said, thank you so much for taking the time listening in. If you have any questions, feel free to email us. We also have a table in the back if you have any more.
So everyone, we are going to break for lunch, which is served in the back. And we're also going to be bringing up a QR code with a poll question that we're just going to ask you to fill out over lunch. So thank you. Okay, good afternoon. That's a bright light. I'm going to ask everyone to take a seat. I want to say a second thank you to GWI, our sponsor, and is part of making today possible. Negronis on them right after the session. And please have a chat to them. They're an amazing resource. There's probably nothing they can't answer for you. We love the presentation. And so thank you, GWI. We asked you guys to take a poll. What's, out of all the things we're talking about, what's the most important thing? You told us AI. Viral is here and back. So please take him aside, ask him any questions you have this afternoon. Okay, with that, we're going to kick off our next session with Jessica Del Duca from Brother. And I will say Jessica is actually a partner to the agency. We've worked with Brother for over 16 years. They're an amazing organization and have gone through a lot of transformation that's been led by Jessica and Sam, who is here as well. But thank you to you guys, and over to you.
Good afternoon. Do we have, yes, they'll display. All right, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Del Duca, and I'm excited to be here with you today to talk about brand narrative in the digital age. Now, a little bit about myself. As Nicole mentioned, I work for Brother International Corporation. Brother is the premier provider for office products and business products, but its second largest business is sewing and crafting. And that's where I have served in numerous different roles there, most recently in campaigns and communications and product marketing. So today we're going to delve into digital platforms, ones that I feel are the most advantageous for brands to tell their stories. We'll examine the advantages and the challenges of these platforms, and we'll talk about some emerging technologies that may allow us in the future to measure a consumer's emotional response to a brand's storytelling. So let's start by talking about what is brand narrative. It's more than just marketing. It is the art of conveying a brand's values, identity, and purpose in a compelling and relatable way to the consumer. And it is incredibly important for brands to get this right. In fact, research tells us that 66% of customers want a brand to truly understand their wants and needs. And some research tells us that that number is even as high as 73%. Now, in the past, brands had to rely on print media and broadcast advertising. I'm not too proud to admit that I was part of that era. And those were the platforms that they had to share their stories. But the digital era has really brought about an epic shift. Today's consumers want materials that humanize a brand and aligns with their values. And this shift has created a breed of consumers who will scrutinize the way that brands articulate their values through communication touchpoints. When we look back in history, it's moments of crisis and uncertainty that pave the way for innovation and changes in perspective on what matters most to people. An example is the 1918 flu pandemic. I was not around back then, but it popularized the telephone because at the time it was the only way for people to connect. And most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic. It accelerated the digital transformation, forcing brands to adapt and challenging the established rules of customer relationships. And there is no going back. Now, digital platforms encompass really a wide range of channels, right? From social media giants like Facebook and Instagram to company websites, mobile apps, and emerging technologies like virtual reality. And these platforms have really become the heart of brand communication. They offer unique opportunities for engagement and interaction with customers. But for today, we're going to really focus specifically on podcasts, YouTube, and interactive live video platforms such as Instagram Stories or Facebook Lives. And we're going to talk about how brands can leverage those platforms with authentic storytelling. So let's start by talking about the unique advantages to podcasts. Podcasts are a highly engaging and intimate channel. It makes them very effective for delivering brand messages. Listeners trust their favorite podcast hosts, and this trust extends to the brands that they endorse. In fact, consumers prefer ads in podcasts over ads in any other digital medium. They hold consumers' attention better than radio or broadcast, and consumers find these ads to be most relevant. Now, beyond advertising, podcast production offers opportunities for both B2B and B2C companies to use useful, entertaining, and informative content directly with engaged consumers. I want to also spend some time talking about the risks and challenges of podcasts, because they do come with their fair share. You really need to understand and have a deep understanding of your audience and your customer segmentation. It is very important to strike a balance between authenticity and marketing tactics. Harvard Business Review published an article in March 2021 about the 10 marketing truths. And in that article, they stated the old truth and the new truth. The old truth is that marketing begins with your customer. The new truth is that marketing begins with your customer segment. And I feel that this statement is particularly true for the podcast platform. For this platform to be successful, you need to know your audience and utilize customer segmentation and personas to develop your podcast strategy for human connection. Now, I'm not going to dive into customer segmentation today or the multiple dimensions of purchasing behavior. You heard Moana speak earlier today, and it's clear it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I'm sure if you want to kind of dive deeper into customer brand or product and storytelling. And one of the keys to doing that is authenticity. Authenticity is vital, and brands must carefully navigate the line between genuine storytelling and marketing tactics, even in podcast advertising. Now, there are really two types of copy for podcasts. There's ad lib, which is host-read, and really gives the host free range to add their creative spin. And this sometimes is the best because it allows the host to be a little bit more creative. And then there's scripted, which is basically just as it sounds, right? The host reads ad verbatim from the script, and it's a more formal approach, but still something very common that you will hear. Either way, I'd say just keep it short and simple. Use emotion where appropriate. Have a clear call to action, and maybe it's not an immediate call to action because you're pretty high in the funnel at that point, but something that they can remember, like a URL. Negative comments is also a concern here, right? Negative comments and crisis can escalate very quickly in the digital realm. So necessitating a strategic approach for reputation management is something that I would suggest you lay out and have defined even before engaging in the platform. So I want to take a moment and I want to look at a brand that really mastered and has harnessed the power of podcast to create a compelling narrative. Dax Shepard is the host of Armchair Expert, and he delivers ad-lib abs that focus on authenticity and utilize emotion. Chrysler is one of Armchair Expert's biggest sponsors, and Dax is a prominent advocate. It's the perfect partnership. You can listen to any episode, and he will tell you how much he loves his Chrysler Pacifica. He even goes so far as to call it a sexy minivan. And in a recent episode with a guest, he was able to naturally weave in the ad with a recent family trip to Disneyland. And because it wasn't scripted, his co-host was then able to chime in and join the conversation. This now serves as the perfect setup for DAX to authentically go in and list out the features of the van, and it makes it super easy for listeners to remember with a custom URL, pacificaanddax.com. Nielsen reports that host-read podcasts drive higher brand metrics, producing a 33% greater lift in familiarity, a 67% higher increase in affinity, and a 60% greater intent to seek out information about the product or service being offered. So let's move on to YouTube. For visual storytelling, in my opinion, I think YouTube is an excellent choice. It allows you to create video content, tutorials, testimonials, brand documentaries, all to engage your audience. Now, I have a personal anecdote to add here, that my fiance spends more time on YouTube than he does with me. He's like a small child, you give him a tablet, and he will be consumed for hours going through motorcycle and car reviews. Consequently, we now have 6 motorcycles and 7 cars, and I blame YouTube. It's one of the largest social media platforms globally, reaches over 2 billion logged-in monthly users, and this extensive reach allows you to connect with a diverse and massive audience, the majority, like my fiance, who have a high buying intent. YouTube provides visual engagement. Video content is highly engaging and memorable, and YouTube provides the platform for brands to convey their messaging in a visually appealing, interactive format, making it easy to capture and hold attention. So to define your storytelling goals, you want to really start by identifying the purpose of your video. Are you trying to educate, entertain, inspire, or inform your audience? You need to understand your target audience's preference, their interests, and their pain points, and then tailor your story to resonate with them. Create content that addresses their needs or provides a solution to their problems. And sometimes it's creating a need, right? This is particularly true in the luxury market. No one needs a $150,000 car or a $10,000 handbag, or in my case at Brother, a $20,000 sewing machine. So visually connecting that need can be beneficial where you need to create that I must have it moment. So let's talk about some of the challenges and risks of YouTube. While YouTube can be an extremely powerful platform for content creation and brand promotion, it also comes with its own shares of risks and challenges. For a brand, YouTube is the animal that needs to be constantly fed. I call it the content beast. Irregular posting can lead to a loss of subscribers and viewer engagement, and also maintaining that consistent upload schedule is crucial for keeping your audience engaged. On the flip side, you also run the risk of viewer burnout. Overloading your channel with too much content can overwhelm the audience. So the mantra here is really quality over quantity. Algorithm changes. YouTube frequently updates its algorithm, which can impact your video's discoverability and reach. So staying informed about these changes and adapting your strategy is essential. And competition. The sheer volume of content on YouTube means fierce competition. So standing out and gaining visibility can be challenging, especially in crowded product or service categories. Consistency is also crucial. Consistency in messaging and imagery helps establish a strong brand identity across digital channels, including YouTube campaigns. I personally am a huge advocate of content playbooks. They establish the brand content mandate, the tonality, and the brand attributes that will govern how you're going to show up in market regardless of the marketing platform. Influencers. They can play a very pivotal role in shaping brand narratives, and they can be valuable partners in YouTube. But they need direction and guidance. So the story that you want them to tell gets pulled through their content, authentically, of course. And this is, again, where a content playbook can be extremely helpful. and data privacy. Lastly, brands must really navigate the ethical issues such as data privacy and responsible content creation. YouTube has a strict copyright and content guideline, and violating these policies can result in video takedown or channel termination. And one example I can provide you is my own. Recently, we were at a conference where our company had created an immersive gallery experience to promote our products and services. And in that gallery, we were streaming satellite radio. At one point, we made a decision that we wanted to film the experience and post it to our channel so that our viewers at home could participate as well. We very quickly realized that we needed to change that track to licensed free content, which fortunately we were able to do before we filmed and posted, which avoided a potential takedown. So let's talk about live videos on digital platforms. Live video marketing and live streaming offers an enormous growth for brands. In fact, the global video streaming market is expected to be valued at $330 billion by 2030. With more and more people watching live online video instead of the traditional pre-record, live streaming presents an opportunity that brands do not want to pass up. There are several digital platforms that allow companies to publish tutorials, product launches, interviews, and even behind-the-scenes looks. And with live videos, brands can create the same content that's not possible on on-demand video, like a live Q&A session, a virtual conference, or an educator webinar. Live streaming makes your brand stand out from the competition in more than one way. It puts you on top of the user's social media feeds. It lets you interact with them directly and all over the world, right? It's an easy way to create more content. So let's take a closer look at the benefits of live streaming video for business. Growing your community, right? By connecting viewers directly, you can increase brand awareness and expand your community. And if you use the right hashtags in your live stream descriptions, then you're gonna make yourself easier to find, and you can attract even more viewers who will wanna engage with your topic, or any topic that you're discussing, rather. You can also increase engagement. So having a lot of followers and subscribers is great, but it doesn't help you grow unless those followers like and comment on your posts. But with live streaming, you give your target audience a chance to interact with you directly. And live streaming not only improves the quantity of your audience, but the quality as well. And my favorite, authenticity. There is no better way to show who you truly are than chatting live with your customers. With live video, you can't edit the content afterwards, so you come across less polished and more authentic. And being more real with your audience builds their trust, which makes them more likely to do business with you. So brands looking to engage with a young millennial and a Gen Z audience absolutely need to invest in a live video strategy. According to eMarketer, 63% of people ages 18 to 34 are watching live stream content regularly. And for brand awareness, relationship building, and even direct sales, live video will become an increasingly effective marketing channel. Now, it sounds a little antiquated, but Facebook Live still showing as the #1 live streaming platform, and 20% of all videos on Facebook are broadcast live, representing the most engaging content on that platform. And I want to talk a little bit about emotional data and how do we measure that as an effective measure of storytelling. All marketing is, at its heart, is trying to make a connection between a product and a solution, a brand and a person. Emotion is the bridge to connection for basically any human interaction, even if we're not aware of it. And it should be the glue to your marketing strategy, if not its entire core. We live in a field-based society, yet as marketers, we tend to focus on the numbers, right, to measure the results of conversion, like click-through rate and engagement rate. And I'm not negating the need to capture those analytics, But how do we measure the effectiveness of storytelling? And how do you quantify a feeling and its performance? Now, a decade ago, the thought of a watch that could tell the time, read your text messages, track your sleep, that sounded like something you would have seen from the movie Back to the Future. But that's exactly what has happened, and over 80 million people now own a wearable device. And there are a few companies that have been producing medical-grade wearables, software and algorithms for the collection and interpretation of physiological data. Now, I'm going to disclaim that I do not have a relationship with these companies, but I have been following some of the progress they've been making with their products. Because my hope is that sometime soon, a company like Brother can use these devices in market research. The Empatica E4 wristband monitors any changes that can indicate stress, emotion, and excitement. It also monitors heart rate and can track emotions. In addition, you can even tag events and review the body's reaction to them. It's an interesting thought to consider that these could be integrated into consumer product and advertising testing. Emotive Insight has a sci-fi headgear that records brainwaves and interprets the results to tell you about your brain's activity, such as your level of attention, your focus, engagement, your interest, your excitement, affinity, relaxation, and stress. Developing and using devices to track emotions in real time has been a growing field. Wearables have been used in marketing, and their effectiveness is being studied. Wearables will allow you to capture data and identify patterns to hone your storytelling abilities. When were your consumers the most excited during a marketing experience? Look at the emotions being felt and reported, and then segment accordingly. Those customers who reported trust, do they value trust highly? Those customers who weren't as excited, maybe they're not looking for excitement in a brand. But segmentation will help you find what the audience is after and if you achieved it. Once you know how your ads and experiences are making people feel, and you know what your ideal consumer wants, then craft your stories accordingly. Then do it again. Collect more data, analyze, and then make better stories. Because connecting your audience at an emotional level is how you build lifelong loyalty. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the program today.
Thank you, Jessica. Up next is Rocky Miller, CEO of Mojito, a leading NFT platform solution. There you are. Oh, come on. Yay. Rocky has had several leadership positions around product and tech at Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and Macquarie. She's also served as the Chief Product Officer of DriveWealth, a B2B tech unicorn powering embedded investing experiences.
Hello, everyone. Hi. All right. So today I'm going to talk about how global brands fit into Web3. And I'm going to take this, I think, because I'll be doing too much of that. Okay. All right. So I'll start off with the poll before. So we came in dead last, number 5. So a great place to start. So hope you are very engaged. And hope we can change your mind about where we rank. So Mojito is basically we're a Web3 SaaS platform. So what that means is we work with a lot of brands and Web2 companies, or the entire world, and we help them onboard their business use cases into Web3 where it makes sense, where they can see additional engagement, additional profitability. And where might that be, you might ask? Before I get into it, a little bit about our team. Our team's been sort of Web3 native since I'll start with Amanda, who's our president and co-founder. She started Serotonin super early days, was chief marketing officer at Consensus, and helped build out MetaMask, Ethereum, you name it. So a lot of our leadership is what we say crypto OGs, and have been in the space for a long time and are real believers in the power of the technology. So brands in Web3 then and now. I think we were all there. I wasn't lucky enough to be there right at the top, but if you were in 2021 in the summer and you were hearing about 60 million drops and doodles and all kinds of fun stuff and wondering who's paying for this, what is going on, that was the NFT summer of 2021. And brands at that time were, it was a house party. There was a lot of experimentation going on. There were quick 2 to 3 week projects that went to market, made $20 million. I'm not going to name them, and did really well. But then the rug kind of came off of a lot of those projects, and that sort of cash grabby moment went away, unfortunately for us as a company. But to be more transparent, it really made the playing field much more serious. I think we saw big consolidation in companies, and now the ones that are left are actually doing really good work and really meaningful work with brands that want to build value to themselves. So right now we're in this consumer engagement phase where Web3 and NFTs and the technology is being used to engage the new generation of consumers. You heard a lot about digital platforms earlier and how consumers want to be engaged. They want to feel emotion. They want to feel connected with your brand. They want you to make them feel something. And what feels more is bigger than ownership. And this is really where the Web3 technology comes in. It shifts the paradigm of your consumer into a co-creator, a owner of your brand with you, who can kind of share in the vision of the brand and share in some decision making, perhaps, if they're set up as DAOs, share in the upside if they're set up as NFTs that have ownership and loyalty. So it's a different type of engagement. So again, more of we were there and now we're here. So what does consumer engagement mean? I am definitely not a marketing expert, as my previous colleague earlier, and mainly I've been building products direct to consumer and business to business. But I think the way that we've looked at how consumer engagement travels throughout different brand touch points, there's if you think about the purchase, which at the end of the day, every brand is tied to a commercial transaction as their sort of business goal. And you look at the various touch points before the purchase happens, during the purchase, and then post the purchase, which is more around rewards and loyalties and bringing the customer back into the loop. So what we're focused on is designing your brand's consumer engagement using our technology. And I'll touch on some of the use cases and why Web3 in some instances is better, is faster, it's cheaper, it's quicker to set up. But we'll get into that. So first steps first is how many of you here have heard about a wallet or have a wallet? Okay, great. Heard? No? Yes? All right. How many of you have had a MetaMask wallet? Let's just start there. Okay, great. You, sir, how was your experience in downloading your MetaMask wallet? It's good. It was fine. Okay, awesome. So he's clearly not a novice, but your typical experience for, let's say, my mom is you get something, there's a big long key that you have to save. If you lose it, that's it, you're done, right? So that's the experience of a typical Web3, a person onboarding to the Web3 for the first time. So what we've done here at Mojito, and I think a lot of brands that are trying to get into this space, is they want to meet their consumers where they're at. And it all starts with a simple and easy to onboard wallet. So the wallet experience should be, just email email-based, which is how most consumers engage with brands these days. So imagine just putting in your wallet, receiving a code, and then your wallet is now generated for you, and it's embedded within the website or the app that you're using for your brand. So that's step one in creating any type of Web3 engagement platform, for your brand, for your consumers. The next step is to gamify the engagement, and I think this is where a lot of earlier Web3 projects, the gamification came around commerce. It was around this hope that this thing you own, that a brand created or a creator created, that would increase in value, and that is a form of gamification, right? The speculative part of it, which is how crypto has come and be more known. But there's different types of gamifying engagements in using Web3 technology. If we look at creating different kind of memberships, you're able to very quickly create different membership tiers based off of how your consumers engaging. If they leave you a review, they buy something, they promote you on Twitter, all these things can be taken back, and you can create a user profile and give them different tiers, for example. Oh, sorry, yep. Proof of attendance has been a really powerful engagement tool that a lot of brands have done. It's it's a low bar, and so you can host an event or a game or a concert, and it's a memory that's created because your consumer is there. So they're there, that moment in time gets captured as a proof of attendance NFT. What people have done with it is, collected. It's become a collectible moment. It's unique, and then brands then can continue to add on to that and layer into it different experiences. So, for example, if you went to all of Taylor Swift's concerts and you've collected all of her POAPs, you get a VIP line to her next concert, that type of thing. So POAPs can be very interesting, almost cookies, if in a interesting way. So think of it as cookies that are collecting in your consumer's wallet that is capturing IRL moments, and what can you do with that as a brand? How can you further engage your consumer? Gated content and gated in-person events are pretty much the idea of adding exclusivity. So when you have a membership program that's Web3 based, how can you then gate or wall off certain experiences for your consumer, and that could be token gated or NFT gated or digitally gated merchandise, rewards, discounts, etc. So this is kind of, you can see this type of engagement has its roots in loyalty and membership programs and building out exclusive clubs. And the reason that more brands are doing this is they're finding that the communities that are coming through this type of engagement are reacting more, are more engaged with their brand, are doing more things. They're being your champions, they're out there talking about these experiences that they're getting through the brands, and they're very vocal. Try spending a day on crypto Twitter, and you'll see exactly what I mean. Gamifying commerce. So I think commerce is again, like probably a, maybe not such a great word given how the whole NFT craze started with a lot of speculation. But other than the speculative part, there are different ways, because it's on the blockchain and because it's easily set up, you can gamify commerce on really any e-commerce site. We've been working with brands and working on taking a simple buying experience into an auction experience, for example, and I'll get into it some more. There's different types of auctions. There's a lot of auction houses that have traditionally sold art that way, and we work with one of the biggest one of them. But a lot of brands that are not selling art are starting to get into how can you gamify just the commerce experience. So there's different type of buying experiences that you can set up. Also, this idea of digital twins is a really interesting one, and I'll get into a use case at towards the end of our chat here. But the idea of creating a digital version of luxury goods or of goods that are not that liquid, not that portable. So a example that might come to mind is, for example, StockX. So StockX is a very very profitable secondary market for shoes, for sneakerheads. And when you go purchase a sneaker on StockX, you don't know what you're going to get. You might get, the authentic one. You might get a ripoff, and it's the luck of the draw. But they do a lot of volume. Like Nike sells, for example, for every shoe that Nike sells, there's 20 other transactions happening on StockX. So, and all of those transactions, the brand sees none of that revenue. So with the advent of the idea of digital twins, you can create a digital marketplace of your goods, especially goods that have high resale value, and now capture all of that in your own branded ecosystem. So that's obviously additional revenue, but also you're curating your community. The people that are so interested in your shoes that they collect them, then they sell them and get other collectors coming in. These are very engaged individuals into your brand. So that's an example of something that can be done with digital twins, is this idea of adding liquidity and treating your consumer goods as as a commodity. And in some instances they are, and some brands are already in that space, but they have other partners or outside businesses that are doing this for them. And then the secondary marketplace is an interesting one, which is the whole example I was giving. I'm sure you guys have heard of OpenSea. And so, I think one question we get from brands as well, if I want to do a secondary marketplace, I'm just going to go to OpenSea and, why bother having my own, right? Which is a very legitimate question. I think it's the difference between what eBay and Amazon and how even digital commerce has moved forward, and then now you have Shopify, which is much more brand, within your brand guidelines. So for some brands, it just doesn't make sense. It makes sense for them to keep their community within their four walls, so they can further incentivize them. They can also prevent harm to them from being subject to fraud, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, I think the Web3 project, and this is where, for the enterprises, a lot of where Web3 projects don't succeed is when it's treated as a separate experiment that's running outside of its own operations. So by that I mean that most enterprises we're dealing with, or brands, they have their own Web2 systems. They have their CRMs, they have internal point of sale systems and other things. So a successful project where you are truly bringing in all the best parts of a Web3 infrastructure need to integrate well into your Web2 world in order for you to then leverage the data and the insights that you're capturing through these Web3 engagements back into your CRMs, so you can analyze it and you can do more with it. So this is something that we've spent a lot of time on, and a lot of the times, sometimes we're like, are we a Web2 company or a Web3 company? So we just called it Web 2.5. And at the end of the day, if you cannot measure success, you don't know if it's working or not. And it is relatively new. 21 is not that long ago, and I think after the hypes died down, all of the brands that are in this space right now, and there's hundreds of them, there's hundreds of use cases. Every day there's a new patent for something to do with Web3, something to do with NFT. So this is going to take off, but understanding the data, capturing it, analyzing it is as important as it is in the Web2 space. And that's another thing to be really mindful of, because the nirvana of this is brand partnerships. So given the entire Web3 infrastructure is tied on the blockchain, so the ultimate benefit for the consumer and for the brands is that there'll be interoperability. There'll be ability for brands to work together in a very seamless way, and give their consumers something that they just don't have now with these sort of walled garden brands, across the globe. And there's a lot of very, very interesting projects between creators and brands that are happening. And what we're seeing now at Mojito is this is going to further carry on, and it'll be brands that you probably thought would never work with each other will now work with each other in the Web3 space, because their communities are tying them together. So it's the other way around now. It's the consumers are driving who they want to see in partnership with, and that's driving where the engagement's going. And then finally, I think with a lot of enterprise customers that we're working with, scale is very important. And picking a partner to take your projects into Web3, you want to make sure that you're doing a crawl, walk, run approach. So pick a partner that can take you to your experiment, that can then add on to your experiment and take it to the next step. So scalability is very important, and thinking about what you want long term of that project is important, because you don't want to be backed into a decision with vendors or approaches that later come in and not work out for you. So the whole goal with all of this is creating an elevated, consumer experience, on your mobile and through the metaverse, through all of these very engaging digital means. Of course, this is the digital-first technology, so everything is digital. Although we've been seeing a lot of very interesting phygital use cases, which I'll get into. So this is tying physical goods into digital NFTs. All right, well, here's my shameless plug time. So a little bit about Mojito. So we were, our entire platform was born enterprise first. Our first client was Sotheby's, which is a 300-year-old auction house. And so we started our little startup started our life very much squarely in the enterprise space. So we get the need of robustness, of compliance, of following all the regulations, and you'll when you try to do any Web3 projects, your first blockers are going to be your legal and compliance team. So when you have those issues, you can go talk to Teddy over there, who's in our legal department. But we talk to a lot of lawyers all the time. So, working with a enterprise partner that gets how to do a project within the enterprise four walls is super important. These are some of the brands we've worked with. Sotheby's, as I mentioned. We also power Pace Gallery, who are a great supporter of us, and we love them. And a bunch of other brands out there as well. And I'm going to pick a couple of use cases that we can get into after this. So our entire platform is a SaaS platform. So basically, we provide these components, which is some of the stuff I talked about earlier, whether it's wallets, doing the token gates, or minting, or setting up your marketplaces. We provide these modular things. You don't have to take all of them. We work with you on what your particular project is, and you can take it from there and then grow your platform. All right, let's get to the use cases. So the first one is art. I think this one definitely was kind of at the sort of height of 21, 22, and where a lot of art galleries and artists were going to the digital realm to create digital art and then sell digital art. So why was this so interesting? I think the JPEG joke, right? Everyone's like, well, it's just an image and it's there, and what's the big deal? I can copy it. Yeah, but the point is ownership. The point is immutability of that ownership. So in the art world, identifying ownership and authenticity of that ownership is one of the biggest, toughest problems. And this is why luxury goods, high-end art, these are the problems that they're dealing with, and why they've been gravitating more towards blockchain technology to help solve these problems. So it's not a surprise that a lot of this started with high-end art. But as we started to build these projects within art, we found that there were a lot of hurdles dealing with consumers, starting with the wallets. Nobody wanted to download, a typical Sotheby's customer is not getting MetaMask like our very good friend over here. But we were able to embed easy to onboard wallets. Then comes payments. So because it's natively digital and it's NFTs, accepting cryptocurrency became kind of the norm. But this is not something that a typical Web2 consumer, again, wants to get into. They don't want to go to an exchange and buy Ethereum or Matic and go pay for these NFTs. So we got into the payment space and built out credit card payments. So we're able to facilitate credit card payments with that. So with kind of our initial art use case, this was a big jumping off point for us to really start to build out a lot of simple, easy to onboard use cases for regular consumers that are used to typical e-commerce shopping. So, easy to set up an account, pay for something with a credit card, and be secure in the knowledge that this thing you bought is sitting in a safe and secure wallet. So that became, our use case. This is still one of our biggest sort of business lines, and we continue to work with different art houses and others that are looking at the digital collectible space. Sports. So I guess there's really no more engaging or engaged audience than in sports. And so that's been true of, I think, the Web3 space as well. And what we've seen in sports in Web3 is not so much selling. There's been a couple of projects around collectibles. I'm sure NBA Top Shots and other projects come to mind about owning certain moments in sports history and memorabilia. But a lot of what's been working in the sports space is more around user engagement and building a membership, building a community. So we've worked with the Milwaukee Bucks and the Tampa Bay Rays around really giving away membership NFTs. So these are almost digital memberships that very VIP or engaged fans get. And once they have it, they get to do special things. So in the case of Milwaukee Bucks, they set up a VIP area around the tailgating spots, and they got earlier access to the games. They got cheaper merch and discounts. And then with the case of the Rowdies, this was a more of an exclusivity play. So teams can, sports teams can use their already engaged fans and kind of segment out who they want and to provide them different types of membership tiers. So this is what we're seeing that's really working in the sports area. The other use case there is also like these memberships or tokens can serve as access to events themselves. So using your NFT as a ticket, for example, is another use case that could be really interesting, whether it's sports, concerts, etc. But this is something we've seen a lot in the sports space. An automotive use case, which we're under embargo to name for now. I'll let you guess what that is. But basically, this is a very prestigious automotive brand that wanted to do a digital collectible. And so they released this digital collectible. They wanted to gamify the ownership, so we built out a Dutch auction for them. Dutch auction, for those of you that haven't followed the Amsterdam tulip market, it's a reverse auction basically. So you start from a price and the clock goes down and people are bidding, and so you're gamifying the you don't want to be the last, but you don't want to miss out, but you don't want to be first. So it's kind of gamifying that. So as the clock ticks down, the price goes down, and you're trying to sell them all out. So we built that type of an experience for them. What they are going to do with this is the people that have now bought into it are going to get VIP access to exclusive events and early access to certain events that previously they would not have been able to. So this is how the car brand is doing this, and we were able to, for them, facilitate crypto payments because that's what they wanted. But this was a very interesting project, and I think we see a lot of use cases over here. Travel and hospitality, again, this particular client of ours is a global brand, and they have luxurious properties everywhere. They wanted to turn an event where they gift something to their hotel guests and turn it into a digital memory. So the way that they've done that is obviously in their CRMs they're capturing who's staying in these hotels. What they weren't able to capture is names of all the other guests or who they are and what they like. And this is the type of place that if you come there once and they know that you are right-handed, or left-handed rather, they will put the chopsticks that you need on the left-hand side of your plate. So it's that type of very bespoke, unique experience that they want to create. So they've chosen to use this technology to tag their guests, and then basically around the properties capture how they are engaging with the different restaurants and gyms, etc., in order to create very curated, personalized experiences. a Japanese beauty leader that we've been working with. They wanted to take a iconic moment in art that happens in Miami and turn it into a collectible moment. So we're seeing, beauty is like another very interesting area, just like sports, very engaged. For all the ladies over here, the products that you use. You love them, you're never gonna change. So they have very engaged fans, and this is how they chose to give back to those fans at this very prestigious event. So for them, we created the entire minting experience, the actual, the NFT that they're getting. We were able to collaborate with some artists to create some very unique designs. This one actually includes generative art that we work with Art Blocks on, who are an amazing platform that we work with for generative AI type of artwork. And because their audience was very much not Web3 initiate, we were able to facilitate what we call gasless transactions. What that means is that it's a transaction in where the person that's getting the NFT or the token doesn't have to pay for the gas or the fees associated with minting a contract. So we're basically able to abstract away all of that. So, again, it's all down to a very seamless e-com-like experience for the end user. This is my favorite. So there's a really big beverage brand in France that we're working with, and this is due to come out in early January at this point. So this is a full-fledged digital twin marketplace where we will be helping the brand sell a digital twin of a liquor. And essentially, the liquor is still not available. It'll be available in the future, and they are then able to take that NFT, and that is basically their claim to owning it. And between now and the time when the liquor is available, they're able to trade it in a secondary market. So this is the example of, for example, where typically they would have just done this sale 2 years later, and it probably would have still been successful and they would have sold out. But now what they did is they were able to create a pre-order market, sell it 2 years earlier, realize that cash flow, and then basically open up a marketplace that they own, allowing people to trade and increase the apprehension of this drop coming, this bottle of liquor coming. And at the end of that period, when it's available, they'll be able to redeem the NFT for the physical bottle, and fully assured that it's coming straight from the distributor and not from somebody's garage. So this project utilized a lot of our technology, from the minting to the redeemable to the drop. The way that they're doing their initial drop is also very interesting. We'll be using a raffle-based system. So again, gamifying that. So instead of just coming in and buying it, people will put in a bid for a raffle. So if you have 50 bottles, you might get 500 people bidding for it, and only 50 people will win. So kind of like a sweepstake type of model. So a lot of very interesting aspects of our platform were put into this. We're super excited about this. This project in particular, but just in general, this use case of the pre-order market. So you can imagine any luxury good, cars, watches, handbags. You can kind of have a pre-order market where you know what your consumer wants. You're still giving them a token that proves that they own it, which they're free to trade or redeem for the actual good. So it's a really interesting use case, and where we see a lot of luxury brands going. And with that, I want to end our all the use cases here. This is if you guys have your phones, you can look at that. You can track that QR code. That will take you to a sample of a very simple onboarding. So for all of those that didn't put their hands up when I was asked who has a wallet, please do this now, and then it'll help you create a wallet in 2 seconds, and we will give you a free NFT for commemorating our day here together. And you can see how simple that was, and you will not have to remember any 42-character mnemonics. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate it, and thank you, TribeGo, for having us here. Yes. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. I love an unprompted Q&As. Let's go.
one of the reasons why Web3 kind of came lower in the polls, because a lot of us haven't seen all the cool things you're doing. I would love to ask, one category. We have a lot of healthcare marketers here. Can you share a healthcare use case?
Yes. Healthcare is also very interesting. So I think in the membership and loyalty space, if you extend that idea into healthcare, and you talk about having a patient that, for example, mints an NFT that now makes them a member of your hospital or your particular group. So you can incentivize them to give you more information around their care, what they are finding is working, what's not working, and basically build that feedback loop. So, in a way, they are your consumers, and you can train them to engage with you in a way and reward them. And it's very easy to set up these things. I think I do have a friend that works in healthcare. This is not my area at all, but I'm always amazed by how advanced the medicine and like that part of things are, but how backwards the administrative parts of the healthcare industry is, like within the hospitals, the systems, and all of that stuff. Obviously, HIPAA and all that have a lot to do with it, and sensitive privacy of information. So, which is another beauty, because wallets are anonymous, so you can really get feedback from your consumers without storing any personal information. So I think that would be for me. Like, we certainly haven't worked with any healthcare providers, and happy to talk to anyone after this. Come look us up. But setting up a rewards program for your patients, I think would be a really interesting way to engage them to giving you feedback, for and helping you improve your care to them.
Any other questions?
Yeah, hi. Could you tell us or perhaps give some advice on, there's an obvious barrier between kind of those who are familiar with the space and those who do not own wallets, particularly in more traditional sectors. Would you mind kind of sharing some knowledge on the best ways to kind of break that barrier and to get more people into the Web3 space in general?
Yeah, I think the best way is when you don't have to explain it. So this is what we recommend most of our brands. So going back to if you think about Web3, right? Just like having an email is the barrier to entering anything digital these days, right? So if you don't have an email, you don't have an identity. You can't set up an Instagram account. You can't you can't even sign up for an email newsletter. So just like what email is to like Web 2 commerce and what we all just call commerce these days. Nobody even says Web 2 commerce. Only the Web 3 people say that, right? So wallets is the email of that. So if you can get your consumer to cross that hurdle to create a wallet, then now this wallet is your consumers. That's 80% of the battle won. And then it then comes down to how you're packaging your platform around it, and whether you're being smart about extracting data. The other hurdle is cryptocurrency. I think that any projects that are done in Web3 that need their consumers to own crypto, it's not going to be the easiest path. So I think that having the easiest way to onboard a consumer, where they almost don't even need to know it's a wallet, right? So if you tried this experience, you'll see these random numbers on the top right of your the telltale wallet thing. Other than that, you don't even need to know. In fact, you don't even have to show that wallet number at all. So the more seamless you make that onboarding experience and make it more email-based and app-based, the easier it is. And then if for any commerce-related activities, if you stick to traditional credit card type of payments, that also lowers the bar tremendously. Now, your audience might start to suspect, wait a minute, how come this thing that I own, I can now buy and sell it and trade it? or do something with it that I couldn't do with, let's say, a coupon that I got from, from company XYZ. It'll start to come out that they're able to do it because it's Web3, but at that point they're already sold because they are getting some benefit from it, and then it'll be less of a friction, it'll be more of a delight.
Yeah, as a follow-up, again, we're mostly advertisers in this room, do you see value in kind of educating on the process? So regardless of brand, just I guess, the benefits of Web3 and the upside, and then also how that particular brand fits?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we work with agencies a lot. They're one of, I think, the primary drivers for us bringing clients in. And I think that agencies where you are working with clients, it's such a great spot because you get to do exactly that. You get to educate them. I think it is important, but I think if the education is just about the tech, you'll just start to see people glazing over. But I think if it's about, hey, you could do this. This is how you could monetize. This is how you could engage a newer generation of people that are already bought into this, right? I have a 12-year-old who lives her life on Roblox. So, people living digital lives, collecting digital things that they value so much, which is beyond me sometimes, the level. This is happening. This is happening with all our kids, and it's here to stay. So this is just going to become the norm. So I think tapping into how this wave and this new generation and this new consumer is going to behave is really interesting. And I think that, as agencies, I think this is where, if you start educating your brands around that and the use case and how you could benefit from it, that would be great. And then, you can rely on us tech people to come in and ease the burden of getting the project live.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because it almost seems like it's twofold, where it's education for an agency, educating the client on why it's important, what the space is, and then at the same time, once the client is bought in, more so educating the consumer and really kind of building that relationship and understanding the capabilities. Because, I mean, you showed us a lot of really amazing case studies, and a lot of which I myself didn't think was necessarily possible at this point. So it's more so just kind of expanding the possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. We also run workshops with agencies to go through in depth their particular. So different agencies, for example, it sounds like healthcare is a topic here. So we run workshops that can go deeper into your particular client set and sector and how this could be applied, and give you the fodder you need to go approach your clients and talk about it. So this is definitely something we do as well. The more agencies that are out there doing this, the greater for us, and we're always happy to help there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute coffee break before our next speaker, so stay tuned.
Thank you.
traffic is your favorite restaurants in New York? What are
Okay. Welcome back. Are you all ready to continue? We're going to have a fireside chat without the fire, but I'm sure that everything we're going to talk about will be full of heat and interest. So we'll make the fire burn. We're going to create heat. We would very much like to welcome Audrey O'Regan from Co-Create. And we're going to talk about the topic of building a new area of community engagement powered by Web3. And I'm happy to join David around the fireside.
So, welcome. I'm David. I'm the co-founder of a creative experience agency based in Dubai. And we have the wonderful Daniel.
I am a co-creator of an agency in Luxembourg, in Europe. We're a cross-media integrated communications agency. I'm happy to be on the board together with David.
Very nice, very nice. My name is Audrey. I'm the Director of Business Development at Co-Create. I'm Irish, been living in New York for like nearly 10 years now, and really excited to have this chat today, like the fireside chat. Like, I was thinking my hair is the only like fiery part of this stage, but like, yeah, I'm excited to chat with you both and learn more about, you know, your agencies as well.
So, we have a Scotsman, an Irish lady, and the Luxembourgish. There's no
Family.
subtitles as yet, but hopefully everyone can understand us. Audrey, tell me about the business at the moment. Where is the business? What are you doing at the moment? What projects are you working on?
Yeah, so Co-Create, what we're doing Co-Create is we're helping innovative brands to unlock the power of their community through gamified rewards and loyalty built on Web3. The 0 to 1 of loyalty on Web3 versus Web2, traditional loyalty programs, there's two main parts that are interoperability, so the interoperability of loyalty programs between brands, and ownership. And the ownership portion is really what the Web3 primitives allow you to do. When NFTs are a part of a loyalty program, you're actually giving ownership to the brand community, and there's a different type of relationship there that you're building, like we've seen with NFT projects up until now. And that's the reason why you see all of these big brands and the Fortune 500 companies are actually dipping their toes, whether it's experiments or activations in Web3 or it's building long-tail programs. And so right now I'm focused on working with brands, typically in luxury fashion, automobile, sports, to help them build on-chain loyalty programs and build out the program design, what that looks like, a lot of workshopping, a lot of partners involved in the mix sometimes, and there's budget to do it. So it's clearly, you know, it's not just, I think we've passed the hype of Web3 where for a while it was, let's do a Web3 activation so that we can kind of check off a box. That was like a marketing activation. It was like when the hype cycle was happening and everybody wanted to trademark something in the metaverse or in Web3. Whereas now we're not seeing that at all. I think we're still seeing some of that, but really what we're seeing are companies that are understanding the value of what this technology can bring to them and to their end user, abstracting more of the crypto and Web3 front end so that sometimes, you know, consumers don't even know that the back-end technology is blockchain, and building more long-tail programs, so thinking much more into the future. And so I think that's kind of the difference in what we're seeing as well over in the industry over the past like year, I would say. A long answer, so.
And there were lots of technical words in there. There were lots of technical concepts in there, which I think are what we also heard before. We had Mojito presenting earlier on, but we had over lunch we made a poll and we said, what technology do you consider having the biggest influence on your activity in the years to come? And there was like AI was number 1, et cetera, et cetera. And number 5 was Web3. And the question for me is, is there a problem for brands and maybe also for agencies to understand what it is, really the basics? Because I've got the feeling that very often we immediately start with elements like tokenization, gamification, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But when we talk about communities, the basic concept of what is an audience, what is a community, what is the driving force of a community, what is different in the way brands can connect with audiences in order to become communities. I wonder if people really understand what the difference is. So what the driving force is. Do you realize that in your work, or do you think, because you said that the brands are mature now, are they really mature? Do people know what they can do with it?
No, I don't think all brands by any means know what they can do with it. And I think it's still very nascent. I think like it's still new and it's still experimental. I think that like, and are you kind of referencing that there's not enough education in the space, or that it's still, yeah?
That's what I would say. It's that's
Yeah.
the feeling I get. That's I'm on the agency side, so I'm trying to sell this stuff to people. Last year we had this same meeting in Dubai, and we had some good presentations, case studies of Web3 projects. And you get back to home to talk to your clients, you try to explain them what the opportunity is for them, and you see that they say, "Show it to me, show me." And then you're going to talk to them about wallets, about crypto, about activation, et cetera, et cetera. But they want to know how it works. How, if you say how Web3 can create dynamics for communities, they want to understand what the story is around. And I feel like, and I'm just wondering if it's just immaturity in some markets, or if it's a broader reality that people don't really understand. They still try and test, and then don't really know what the KPIs are with which they should validate a longer program.
Well, I think the way that initially it came to be a powerful tool for communities, I think we can look at the NFT projects that have been successful. So if you look at Bored Ape Yacht Club and CryptoPunks and BFF, like them, love them or hate them, they did an incredible job at building communities because they brought in their community as shareholders of brand assets. And there was a true level of ownership in terms of owning a piece of the brand that people represented so deeply with the brand that they leveraged it as their profile picture, and they actually cared about what the future of this brand looked like. And now you're seeing these same brands like Pudgy Penguins and BFF, like they're turning into consumer brands, and they really did start out as these deep communities. And I think the level of ownership and the way that the community is being built, that's really where the power has come from. Then consumer brands now leveraging some of the same strategies that these other consumer brands NFT projects have done in the past. I agree with you though. I think like it's so broad. Like Web3 is so broad. Like saying like a brand doing anything on blockchain is like silly. It's like doing something on the internet. Like it's huge. And so I really think it starts with why? Like why is the brand looking to do anything? And what are their goals? And then figuring out the slice that works out for them, rather than, I think it's a daunting task to think about it in terms of a full brand transformation.
Because we talk about experience, and experience is the core of adoption of the technology. So you must start with something that is very spontaneous in order to have returning visitors and a returning community that starts to be
And I'd also be interested to hear from you as well of like your experience, because I know you've worked with brands as well in like the experiential space in the same types of industries, luxury fashion and automobile. Like, what are you seeing too with Web3?
There's a real want for brands to get into the space. The problem I think we're finding is there was this huge, let's jump on the bandwagon, let's get involved, let's really, without any real approvals from higher up, it's just, we need to be on this platform. And now it's, do we have the budget? Or what's the ROI? What's the return on investment? I think the bit that we, as agencies, that we need to kind of focus on is building communities. Now, communities and subcultures are built within those communities only become successful because there are like-minded people within that community who are engaging and talking. So you have to create that conversation within that. and I'm seeing at the moment from my space, you know, fashion, luxury, real estate, they seem to be the leaders in that space because they need to try something different. They need to engage more. They need to be active and disrupt. And you can only disrupt if you've got a leader, a CMO, who's brave enough to take that punt. Now, what I'm also looking at is how brave are the CMOs, especially in the marketplace right now where it's not particularly good at the moment. There's lots of unrest in the market for various different reasons. You know, in the States, you know, you have in 2 years' time, there's an election happening. In the Middle East, we have an unfortunate incidents that are happening over there. So there's always seems to be something. But also, when you're looking at long-term planning, are the CMOs going to be there in 5 years' time? Or are they going short-term? And they're looking for an immediate return to save their own roles. So that's really where you're looking at a client being brave and looking at the good for the brand itself and actually pushing through rather than I'm just going to play safe and do what we've always been doing. At the moment, who are you working with? And tell us a little about how you were able to convert that into this space.
Actually, I'll give a good example of a brand we're working with that are being built, and it's very community forward in how they're actually thinking about building their brand, how they are building their brand. So they're called Kiki World. It's a beauty brand. They've launched over the past year, and essentially their whole premise is that the community votes on the products that they develop. And so, right, they're developing these really cool nail polishes, and essentially, once you join Kiki World's community, you get a membership pass. And the more you engage with their community, increases your voting power in the Kiki World ecosystem, and it increases the votes that you have on the products that they build, which is really cool because people are super invested in the community in general because they all know that they have similar interests. They have a similar interest in the types of products that are being released and the community that they've attracted to the Kiki World brand. Their marketing is amazing. They're social. They have a Discord community. Really, really cool. And then on the brand side, they're like super tight on their inventory and fulfillment and their product builds because they're only building products that actually their community want. And so I think that's a really cool use case. They also have, you're earning points, like it's a loyalty program as well. So like the more that you're engaging with the brand, the more that you're actually using your nail varnish as well, you're actually earning points and it's accruing onto your membership pass that you have. So this is one of the really cool use cases of, like there's a technical side of this as well where, you know, this membership pass is an NFT and you can export it out of their community and you can use it for different things. Other brands can give you offers and allow you on guest lists and allow lists based on your Kiki World membership pass, which is like the technical side. But I don't think any of that matters unless Kiki World are doing the community thing right first. And I think like that's something that they really did very well from the beginning. So that's one of the brands that we're working with. Another brand that we're working with is Chanel. And so Chanel is a completely different story when it comes to Web3 and wanting their consumers to actually know that they've built any of this on Web3 and blockchain architecture. What's been really important for Chanel is understanding their consumers and understanding their buyers in a deeper level. And so for them, they've abstracted everything Web3 and crypto out of their deployment. You would have no idea that that's what it's powered by in the back end. But it allows them, for them, it's really just important. It's like, it allows them to learn more, and I can go into the technical side about how, but it allows them to learn more about their clients than they were doing before. And then for the consumers, it gives them a more fun and engaging experience on the front end. Because obviously, there's a lot of these legacy brands that are getting into Web3, and it's because they're appealing to younger generations. You know, it's like, this is like next generation tooling. Like even like a lot of it, like I'm like, you know, it's not even like us. Like it's like Gen Alpha, which is there's a Gen Alpha now. You know what I mean? It's the younger generations that are really where this is like this is what these programs and like this industry is, I think, ultimately going to thrive there. And right now we're kind of in this like coming of age awkward phase where there's a lot of experiments going on which are really cool, and a lot of programs being built that are they have value, but realistically we're thinking about, I think, like guardrailing and future proofing where brands are like how brands are evolving.
So I think actually that's a great point. So being able to future-proof the brand in that space, test and learn, try different elements out. The audience right now, because Chanel is obviously generally an older audience purchasing perspective, but you're tapping into a much younger audience. And I think someone said it earlier regarding the fake kind of purchasing of, you know, say handbags as an example is on the rise as well.
Yeah.
There's an entry point to Chanel, and it's quite a high price point, right?
Sure.
But the audience is younger that you're targeting from a loyalty perspective. How are they engaging, and is that putting off the older generation?
Yeah, so I would say that they're not because as the consumer on the front end, you've no idea that it's Web3 or blockchain technology, anything. So for them, it's just kind of this like fun way to get deeper into the brand. The more that you're engaging, and the more that you're engaging within Chanel's ecosystem, not just like their store, but they have all of these IRL like activations. So like in real life events, they have other brands. They have their Atelier brand, their makeup brand. They have their in-store locations. The more that you're engaging with the brand, the deeper access you get to the brand, which I think like people really like, because like they're getting investment for their time and not just for their money.
So they're blending experiences, right?
Yes.
So from a physical engagement, taking them into a digital space, keeping them while they're not engaging digital or physically, and they're able to do this at home or anywhere they are in the train station, you know, commuting to work or wherever it may be. What's the dwell time that these consumers are being able to spend in there? We had a talk early on yesterday, I think it was, with or the day before, with Twitch, and I was really surprised how long people spend on Twitch, and that's about 4 hours and a day at 60 minutes intervals. What's the dwell time that you're finding at the moment?
Is dwell time mean time spent?
Time spent, yeah.
In the program?
Yeah.
I don't know actually what the time spent in the. I mean, the program is so. The way that co-create our product, and this, I'm like, just tell me to stop if this is like, no, you're boring everyone to tears. The way that our product is built is that it's API first, which like allows a brand like Chanel to embed our APIs within their entire ecosystem and all of their channels. So from their social channels to their real life events, to their purchasing, to their you know, their communities, their community chat, everything that they have, the back end is powered. Like there's our loyalty design, like our loyalty product is basically powering in all of these different touch points. So there's it's a great question. I'm gonna ask my chief architect how we would measure that, but basically anything somebody is doing in the ecosystem is they're engaging with the program. Any action that they're taking, they're engaging with the program. And so it's not so much that they're spending time within the program. It's like if they're spending time in the Chanel ecosystem, which is what we want, because we want them to, it's like that engage to earn concept. We want people to want to stay in the ecosystem. If they're in the ecosystem and they're taking actions, whether that's talking to other members or purchasing products or sharing on social, they're engaging with the product.
So how are you creating these experiences? What's the thought process behind actually, okay, this is our target audience, and obviously Chanel's got a huge kind of demographic. How are you separating the different activations or engagements within the space?
So, like, how was the design built? So for any of these brands, it's like starting off overall objectives. What are the 2024 objectives? Like, what are the business goals and the business KPIs, and workshopping, understanding they've already done that themselves. So like sitting with brands to understand that. And then the next meetings are, okay, great. Like those are the macro KPIs that you have as a business. Then how can we create micro incentives for your community that will result in lining up to these macro KPIs that you have? So whatever it is from the business, we're then driving it down and being like, okay, in that case, these are the behaviors we need to incentivize. And if these are the behaviors that we need to incentivize, then this is where we need to embed like parts of like the program and the campaigns and what are going to drive people to want to do that. Then we have to understand what are the rewards that we're going to need to kind of like guide people in the ecosystem in the way that they want them to be.
Coming back to those experiences, and also what you said earlier, David, you said it's a, traditionally, if you take Chanel, it's an older age group, let's say, with a higher purchasing power. If we talk now about younger generation and all of these experiences, where's the narrative of the brand? Do brands have a challenge with the narrative they're going to deploy for a different type of audience or target group with different types of experiences? Mainly if you have such a strong brand as a Chanel with such a story, is it a challenge for them to create a narrative that is in line with what people knew in the real life, in former experiences?
That's a great question. It's a great question for a brand. I feel like I know, as in,
We're
I think
out on tech side, but
yeah, I know. I think it is a great question because they are now trying to appeal to this younger audience. So then, how do they, like, what is the strategy to pivot in that sense? Because like there's like obviously like a risk there, but how do they evaluate how they do it? I'm not entirely sure on that side for.
It's also the question how different generations, how different target groups would connect with it.
Yeah.
Is there somehow a barrier between so that you're really in a safe space
Right,
for a younger generation
right.
with more, more dynamic experiences, let's say, rather than the in-store experiences you might have with a different generation?
Yeah, it's interesting. With Chanel, there hasn't been any change in the way that they've positioned this new program that they've built out. There are some examples. Other brands, I would say, are building a new brand or experience that's more native to younger generations. So you're seeing that a lot with some of the larger companies like the L'Oreals and the Estee Lauders of the world that are spinning up newer brands that are being built like native with this tech and that are completely targeted towards that age group, which I think is super smart. And then for other brands, you're seeing so many others get into this space, from Nike to Lacoste to Hermes to every, like Fiat have just launched on a chain as well. They're launching too. I think that there is this pivotal point right now for those brands and for brands in general because of how brands are evolving, how they're being built. It's very much so culture forward, community forward, product is second. And so I think because we're at that intersection right now, that's why brands are if it's a risk, taking the risk and doing it regardless of their older generation, I think that might be affected by it.
But fundamentally, you talked about all the touch points, you talked about APIs, etc. So it's fundamentally about data as well, no?
Absolutely.
Is data not at the core of all of this?
Yes.
What are their expectations, brands' expectations on the data that you create for them or the way they can use them afterwards?
Yeah, so I think that if you look at the way that loyalty, just speaking from the loyalty seat, the way loyalty has been historically up until now for, let's say, D2C brands are, you purchase on the website and you're earning points for the dollars that you're spending. And so it's really just activating people on the website, right? So it's like when you're purchasing. Whereas the way brands are being built today, which is like very community first, like if you look at Alo Yoga has a fitness studio, they have an app, they have in real life events, they have their stores. And at the end of the day, they want you to buy leggings. but they have this entire ecosystem. And so what brands are looking for today, because they're being built in this way, is a loyalty program or an engagement program that can connect all of these different dots so they can understand their consumers, not just from the ones that buy on the Alo Yoga store, but also from no matter what point the customer is interacting with the brand, gathering data across the entire ecosystem. And so I think like that's kind of what they want to understand is like, how can they have a super glue that ties in all these different parts and they can have a holistic view of their consumer? I'd say that's one part. The second part is the interoperability portion. So for brands that are on Co-Create, the product that we have, essentially there's one wallet, like a crypto wallet for a brand across all of, there's one crypto wallet for a rewards member. So if I'm a member of the Chanel rewards program, I have my crypto wallet that we spin up for them. As Co-Create, we can read people's wallets across all of the different brands that they might be members of. So we can actually recommend, and we're having an activation in the next couple of weeks where we've recommended Kiki World and Boys Club. They're two clients of ours. We've essentially recommended that they should do a cross-brand collaboration because we could see from the member wallets that 3% of the Kiki World holders were also holders of the Boys Club community. And so we're recommending them, hey, you have a crossover in your community, you should potentially do a cross-brand collaboration. And so the on-chain points that we have allow for this interoperability and cross-brand partnerships. And so from a data perspective as well, brands are also looking for that too. It's not just loyalty, it's tapping into new communities and how can this also be an acquisition product as well? Which is super interesting because it's like a different it's a different way of looking at loyalty.
I think that's the thing from my perspective, and maybe it's just a Middle East market. Every time you go to a store, you're asked for, do you have the R point system? And I'm like, oh, not another text message. Not another something that I need to sign on, and it just becomes tiring, and you forget, and you get all these points that you can't use anymore. And I'm a Skywards Mile with Emirates, and I struggle to use my miles because of where I fly to. And the system, and you try to book your tickets, and you try to get upgrades, and it's impossible, right? It becomes, actually, even flying here, I use my miles. I gave my miles to Sam to upgrade him just because I can't use my miles. So, Sam, you're welcome. I don't think we're using it on the way back home.
That's a Negroni on you, huh?
But I think it's so important nowadays to have visibility in where you can spend your points. I've been a loyal member at Skywards. I'm now getting really annoyed because I can't use my miles. I'm thinking, I might as well just fly with Virgin. I don't want to because Emirates is better. How is that translating across into your world?
So allowing people to spend their points in other places. So that's a huge pain point. Like you shouldn't have to. There's so many parts to this. Like you, for instance, let's say you spent your whole life, you're an Emirates member, and you're leveling up in your status, and then you end up moving somewhere where Emirates don't fly in and out anymore. Like, what are you supposed to do? Can you sell that status? And so that's one thing that this technology allows you to do. We use a certain token for memberships and status, which allows the member to actually sell that status to somebody else, which is an entirely other ballgame, but it is, and I think like there's a whole other conversation there to be had around what that looks like from the brand and the consumer perspective. That's one aspect of this, and the other is if you've earned all these points, how can you actually trade them in for something else, and something else that might be important to you as well?
That would be very handy. I think last question, because I think we've got people waving at me. What's next? What's exciting? What's coming up that's different?
Absolutely.
That is, what is new?
What's I think this interoperability portion is really what's the next thing for brands. I think that the use case of being able to see all of the different brands that somebody is engaged with and all of the data that a brand has on how they're, a part of their rewards program, and other brands being able to tap into new communities based on these types of on-chain programs. What that does for cross-brand partnerships is so much easier than what's been done in the past. And these types of programs, what are they called again? They're not like affiliate, but the conglomerate loyalty programs, like
Air Miles.
like yeah, like Air Miles. But no, there's a name for. It's like a congregation or something. I can't remember, but it's like when all these brands are in partnership together, like the amount of time those take to set up and like legal requirements, and they're extremely cumbersome projects to get into. Whereas today with like something like Co-Create and with this like on-chain technology, it allows for interoperability in a way that's just like so much easier than it ever was before. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that is exciting for brands at the moment.
Great.
That I'm hearing about anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Next up, we have our social media panel led by Haley Bhatti from EGC. Go on up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you have mics? How good were you guys?
What did you say?
Yeah, all the way to the left. Yeah. Oops.
There he is again.
Can't get rid of me?
Yeah, you can. All right, we're sister-in-laws, so we're sharing mics on this one. So social media is ever-changing, but one thing that's constant is the importance of brands to establish strong connections with their audiences. With the innovation of AI taking over, it's challenged social media experts to get even more creative in connecting with their brands. Today, I'm joined by a panel of social media experts to weigh in on what's to come in social media in 2024. Christine, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name's Christina Bhatti. We have the same last name, and we work at the same company, and it confuses a lot of people. I'm the director of social media at EGC Group, and really excited to chat with you all today about social. I'll kick it off.
Hi there, I'm Duncan from sunny South Africa. I'm definitely probably the oldest person on this panel. I don't know if I should be talking about social media, but I'm really excited to talk about it either way. We're a consumer engagement specialist business from a very diverse market. So it's a pleasure to be here to talk about the role that social plays in a rapidly evolving market, which is Africa.
Hello everyone, I'm Duncan McCrum. I'm the Chief Growth Officer at a company called 50. We're a UK-based business. We do insight media, insight-led media buying, using the sort of power of social insights to then create addressable audiences that you can target across sort of omni-channel or multi-channel approach.
Hello everyone, my name is Herni Wijaya. I'm the Chief Growth Officer of Leverage Group. Obviously an agency that come from APAC. So I flew over from Indonesia, from Jakarta, 24 hours to be here at New York City, sharing more details and insights about how social media is doing, especially in APAC and Indonesia.
And I'm David. I'm the co-founder of Lightblue. Done this before. And I'll be talking about the Middle East.
Nice. Nice. I'm really excited to get started. So, Christina, to kick things off, I think people really want to know, how can they go viral on social media?
Okay, so we actually had a request to liven things up from Dean from our team. He wanted to get a great video of everyone clapping and going a little crazy, so we're gonna use your participation to make a fun, crazy video. So if everyone can just stand up, we're actually doing this.
Should we just stand up too?
Yes, everyone on stage stand up too. Dean, this is what you asked for. So here you go. On a count of 3, everyone just cheer like crazy for this. 1, 2, 3. Woo!
I'll send that back to my office. We'll look like we did an amazing panel.
Exactly. We could all show what an amazing time we had.
Standing ovation for our panel.
All right.
All right, so we have a lot of great topics to delve into, but let's start where it all begins, right on the platforms. What platforms do you think are the most prominent, and how can an agency stand out in various markets around the world?
I could kick it off.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm coming in with a UK hat. I think what we're seeing, the trends are Meta is still. It kind of depends on the KPIs of a campaign and kind of what audiences you're going after. We've seen sort of 400% growth on TikTok this year, so that is definitely an area that brands are really putting quite a lot of emphasis into. The myth around it just being Gen Zs is definitely not true. I think something like 60% of the audience in the UK is over 25, so it's a pretty good platform to reach everyone. It's great for reach. Great for engagement. We don't see it working quite as well on a sort of conversion basis. And Reddit's really starting to get some interest as well, and we're starting to see a lot of interest into that platform.
I'll jump in if you don't mind. Just in your point around the Gen Z myth, we're a polar opposite. The average African is 19 years old. So we've got an incredibly young population. We're also rapidly coming online. I think every 6 months the population of France comes online for the first time in Africa. So this is a group of individuals that are young, that are experiencing technology and connectivity for the first time, with a desire to express and a need to get utility out of brands. So what that means is the big players, Meta, are dominant in the market, but every market has its own nuance. So we're starting to see different platforms pick up in different markets, servicing different needs. So it really is the imperative role of brands and agencies to keep under the skin of what the needs, motivations of their audiences are, what matters to them most, and how can you create value in that exchange.
Well, for Indonesia, YouTube and Facebook are the 2 biggest platforms with the most users. But when it comes to engagement and virality, actually Instagram and TikTok is actually ahead of the line because they provide more engaging content and also more interactive and also more appealing, especially for the Gen Z. So we see more and more growth and also significant improvements when it comes to Instagram and TikTok, pushing us as an agency to also be more creative ahead of the competitions. And also, well, there's a lot more clients coming over to us saying, hey, we want to do a viral campaigns, let's do the magic for us. So it's become more and more pressure also for our industry in Indonesia to make it, make something out of it.
I'm probably going to buck the trend here because I've got a bit of a dislike for social media. Saudi Arabia is actually a fantastic market for social. We talked about age. 75% of the population in Saudi Arabia, 35 million people, are under the age of 35. So it's a very young market with a penetration of 90% on YouTube, which is the highest in any market around the world. Twitch, again, it's another huge market. Gaming is a huge takes place in the Middle East. Influencer marketing, that's my passion of hate. in the Middle East. I have this just, you know, I love the fact that people are influencers, but being influencers for the sake of being an influencer and having a job as an influencer, that's not my bag. I much prefer someone who's actually famous for doing something, an actual game changer, someone that we can actually use as a brand and actually put our hat on, rather than someone who's actually selling their soul to every other brand under the marketplace. So for me, YouTube is great, you know, in terms of if I'm pushing a client towards anything, I'm pushing them towards that. TikTok, again, who's actually one of our clients that we do work with, and we do actually still work with them. They're huge. They've gone right across the market. There's definitely, from an age group, there's probably an age group that shouldn't be on TikTok, and I think we all know that age group. I think my mum tried it, and I'm like, Mum, please don't. Come off. You know, you're too old for this. So that's the Middle East market.
And for EGC US, we've been focusing on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, but also have been focusing a lot on TikTok. A lot of our clients are requesting it, and we're taking unique spins on it. So one of our clients is, we do a lot of optical on TikTok. We do financial. So it's not always exactly what you think. And we partner with influencers who are the right fit, who can make it a little bit more fun. We get our team members involved. We really try and tap into the trends to try and jump on those and just really help with engagement. So we've been putting more of a focus on TikTok this year than we have in previous years, and we'll do the same for 2024.
Definitely, and echoing off that, Gen Z really interacts well with user-generated content, and it's affected their purchasing decisions across the board. Christina, can you speak to a little bit about how user-generated content has evolved over the last decade?
Yeah, so UGC, user-generated content, when I was working at Buxom Cosmetics and Bare Minerals, this was in 2018, so this is only 5 years ago, not 10 years ago. And when I was searching for UGC, it was what it was originally intended for. It was that tagged content that we saw on Instagram, that we were tagged in, and that we would reshare to show authenticity, to show people using our products. And now it's kind of evolved over the years. It's crazy. We started gifting those products. And then from gifting those products, all of a sudden we started getting charged by these micro and nano influencers to curate content for us. So it's really evolved. There's people out there these days who are UGC creators, where we can tell them exactly what we want. If we want a video, if we want a still photo, if we want a story, they don't even have to post it anymore. It's just that they share it with us. We pay them a lot less than we would pay an influencer, but just seeing that kind of evolution of UGC is really interesting, and you're not really getting people tagging your product and repurposing it in the same way that you did 5, 10 years ago, even 2 years ago.
Actually, I'll just jump on that as well. Even from a live experience perspective, influencers who typically will come to our events with their partners as their shooters are now requesting for us to have a team ready to follow them around and create that content for them, so that they don't even need to pay someone or have their husband or wife to actually shoot it. So we're having to do that and bear the cost from a PR perspective. So now we're just delivering that content, and they're also wanting it in super quick turnaround times. So we're having to follow 10, 12 different influencers, follow them, take images, create videos, and give them to them, ready files for them to upload.
We're seeing exactly the same thing. Are they briefing you that way?
They are briefing us.
Are they briefing you? Okay. Yeah, it's good to know I'm not alone. It's good. No, because it's getting very specific. You know, for live experience, you know, if we're doing a music festival and we're flying people around the country, we can't afford to necessarily bring the team of content creators for them alongside them. So they're getting very specific around, when am I getting my content, what is it, where am I posting it, and this is specifically what I'm looking for. It's making our lives a little bit more complicated.
And it better be different to the next person.
Yes, exactly.
And even these small influencers now all have agents. Like everyone has an agent. So now you're constantly dealing with them for contracts, for everything. And it's becoming a lot more involved than it was even a year ago.
Can I ask you a question? I know you're moderating, but just on this, do you deal with those people one-to-one, or do you deal with those sort of miniature, micro, nano influencers via a platform? So we work with brands that will work through a system. I'm not sure if it's in other markets. It's called Humans, and it has a net where anyone can be an influencer. You sign up. It could be, here you go, you get a $1 off at McDonald's. Just go take a picture of yourself in McDonald's. Is it one of those, or are you busy building one-to-one relationships with those people?
We do build those relationships one-on-one, but I've used those like Grin or Hyper, and they're great, but they only go so far. Like I think it's evolving so much that they're not keeping up with the pace of how things are changing, contracting. It can be easier that way if you're dealing with a lot of influencers at once, but I guess it really depends.
Yeah, because there's just what we've seen in our market is, so we've got a really high unemployment rate, specifically amongst young people. So a platform like Humans, everybody signs up for it because it becomes a source of income. But then what you start seeing is the minute McDonald's do a promotion on Humans, everyone's posting about Humans, and it kind of loses its authenticity completely. I mean, not that it would have been in the first place, but it becomes very obvious that everyone is just doing this for the money and not for any other valid reason, which is a challenge.
When it says ad on top, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's slightly different with us in Indonesia. Like UGC, we still right now utilizing it for some social media activities. So brands will invite their customers, the users, the audience basically to create content for the brands, or using the brands, featuring the brands in their content to win some prizes. So that's the common way of brands doing UGC. And the other way is also through affiliate marketing. So we ask creators to sell the products on their social platform, on their TikTok, on their Instagram, to influence others to purchase on the e-commerce platform. The two biggest in Indonesia are Shopee and also Tokopedia. So this influencer affiliate marketing is getting bigger and bigger, and brands look at them as like more effective way, instead of just engaging the influencers or paying someone to taking pictures for the KOLs during an event. So this is how the UGC has been evolving in our market.
Echoing off that, I know the rise of nano creators has been really big for brands to move the needle. Do you think that brands are moving away from these macro influencers and really focusing marketing dollars on these micro and nano creators?
Well, if I see from our market, like mega influencers or even celebrity influencers are good for driving the awareness, for generating the reach. But when it comes to virality, or when it comes to generate talkability, like these micro and nano work better. And also they create more authenticity, more genuine when it comes to the content. So combining both between the mega and celebrity influencers with the micro and nano will be the best way of executing it in our market. How about you? How about in London?
We don't do a lot of influencer marketing, but I can say that there is quite a lot of appetite for the micro and nano influencers because they're cheaper as well, and it's more authentic as well. I think a lot of the influencers, the celebs and stuff are plugging so many products now that it's become sort of tired and fatigued, and people aren't actually buying into that. The fact that they're plugging 15 different products and every 5 minutes, it sort of loses its authenticity.
It's a challenge though, because in our market we have to build aspiration for lots of products. So if you're doing a sneaker drop, sure, you can use a huge collection of nano influencers, but does that make that product desirable? Is the question. So there's a real tension between how do I use an actual person of influence and then how do I use groups of people to authenticate that influence? And I think if you get that balance right, that's where you start to unlock real value, depending on what you're trying to do, I suppose.
I think the other thing, I think the other thing is budgets and the type of brands that you're actually working with. You know, you talked about celebrities. We're actually pushing celebrities much more. So, because we find that we're actually getting more for our money. So at the moment we're working with, we've got Hugo Boss, we've got a large fashion show event happening. We've got something with One and Only Hotel Group, launching one of their first urban destination. And we've put forward Priyanka Chopra and Idris Elba. And the reason is because we can then utilize them in content, create film around them, or get Idris to DJ at the launch party. So there's other ways of looking at the holistic approach of how to push an influencer. But if we're looking at a drop for a local, like say, concept store, a sneaker store, then we need to use the local sneakerheads, you know, and get them involved in creating something and being part of something which, again, you know, targets a much younger generation and, you know, target the Gen Zs and millennials.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a good mix. It's having a good mix. So we use our macro mega influencers if we're trying to move the needle, if we're trying to get that reach, if we're trying to spread the word about a new product. And then we're working with those nano influencers to create content, lifestyle content, UGC content for us. And really, like you said, it depends on the budget of the campaign. Sometimes not all of our influencers or not all of our clients can afford these mega influencers. So we're scrappy with it. We do a good mix, and we still get the results that we want and the awareness that we want.
And I think we could all agree that having a strong connection with your audience is key. And with the emergence of all of these AI tools, how do you think brands can still make their content feel and seem authentic while also incorporating these tools?
I can go. So we use AI in a few different ways. One of them is in creating images. So I see Rich over there. He helped us for one of our clients in aerospace. They actually wanted to jump on the Barbie trend when it was going like viral over the summer, and they wanted like an astronaut Barbie, and that's just not something that there's stock of. So we used Midjourney to create an astronaut Barbie that looked pretty realistic, and it took Rich all of a few minutes, 2 minutes, to create that content. So when you need something in a pinch, that's kind of where we're finding it to be helpful. Obviously, we're not using it for everything, but we're using it supplementally. We're using it in helping us create calendars. It really depends on I think the niche situation right now.
Yeah, we use a bit of AI into the platform. I think one of the key things for us is understanding your audience first. You know, using that sort of segmentation to then inform the content and creative strategy, so it feels genuine. If you've got, you know, you're analyzing a brand's audience and they've got household mums in there, or shopping mums and DIY dads and avid gamers, then we think about how we're sort of aligning the copy and the creative and the messaging to each of those audiences, and we weave AI into the platform to then understand the best places to reach and engage that audience and the messaging around that, which feels pretty genuine.
Yeah, for us it's also like to maintain the genuinity of our content. Is like human with AI, so it's never been like just AI, right? Like working with AI is just like getting our team, our designers, our copywriter to be inspired, to have partners for them to, you know, brainstorm somehow. Like in our market, we use more of ChatGPT and Midjourney, right? Primarily on ChatGPT, you know, when we need some inspirations or we need to tweak some content or copies or captions, this is our go-to AI. But then, of course, still enhancing it with human touch. For example, also visuals, although we perhaps somehow like composing with Midjourney or getting some content or some visuals from Midjourney, it's still like the final touch are still within our hands, within the hands of our graphic designer team to make it still genuine and relatable for our audience.
We don't use AI for social. I think just the accounts that we do actually manage, we manage a few accounts. But what we have been seeing from our clients, the ask at the moment is CGI. You know, there's this huge trend at the moment, especially in the beauty space, and you know, people might have seen even Barbie. You know, I think Barbie broke out of her box beside the Burj Khalifa, the world's biggest tower. Man City are using it all over the, you know, Puma and Nike are using it, and there's 700,000 views on something that costs $15,000 to make, $20,000 to make. So you're actually seeing huge amount of spend on CGI right now from brands because the viewing numbers are huge. You know, we can't get viral videos that we're creating and spending triple the price to go viral, or hoping it goes viral because that's what every client wants. It's like, let's make this go viral. It's like the worst brief you can ever get. It's like, think outside the box. Oh, okay, great. CGI is really pushing that boat. You know, I think the last Man City one, or Manchester City, the soccer club, there were 70 million views on a CGI piece of content that cost them $25,000. That's a return. That's a great return.
And I think we could all offer the Barbie marketing team a major high five. But in that, how do you see that cultural nuances trickle down onto social media, creating buzz around things?
I'll have a go at this one. I think it's imperative that brands and agencies have a deep understanding of who they're talking to. And I guess what matters. And, you know, we tend to take a real community-led approach into what we do. There's been a lot of talk today around consumers. I can't handle the word consumers. I come from a market where brands actually have an obligation to do more and mean more in culture. I've been telling the guys here this week, it's actually a real commitment. Our governments have failed us, and the most powerful companies in our country have actually come together in the last 2 weeks to sign a pledge to say it's actually that they're going to take control, which is completely repositioning the role that brands play in culture. They're effectively becoming government themselves. So that completely shifts how you utilize your communication channels and what it's there for. So instead of looking at people as a pure transaction, it's about the value creation. In Africa, a lot of young people don't have access to educational basic utilities. So how do brands play a role utilizing these platforms and devices that are so widespread in doing so? But it really does come down to a fundamental understanding of who am I talking to, why am I talking to them, and what is the value that I'm trying to create in this interaction.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that. I think that, you know, the one size fits all across different markets just doesn't work. I think you have to have an audience first approach and understand who you are speaking to and engaging. And there are obviously different nuances in each market, and I think it's trying to understand that. I mean, one of the challenges we have is we are UK based, and we don't have an office in Germany or South Africa, or, you know, we've got a global client, and one of the campaigns we're running is in Japan, and we're using Line for that, which we sort of, you know, so there are different platforms and different channels in each of those markets, and it's kind of just trying to get a handle on that and understand it, and also how to use that platform. I think creative is absolutely key as well. Like, just using an Instagram reel and sticking that on TikTok doesn't work. You know, I think you do need to think about the messaging, the tone of voice, the channels that you're using, the formats you're using, all that sort of stuff in those different markets, which comes through a bit of trial and error as well, and like taking a bit more of an omni-channel approach and just keeping that budget fluid to kind of optimize towards where you're seeing the best performance and getting that learning as you kind of go along.
Absolutely agree. Like localizations is key. Of course, we also have global clients that are working with us, like BMW, Xiaomi, GSK. But when it comes to Asian market or local market, like of course, adaptations not just resizing the K feed or repurposing the content into the social media, but sometimes it's also reshooting or a new voiceover with local talent, local voice, local settings is very, very important to make it more relevant for the local audience and being more connected to your audiences.
Yeah, I agree with everyone. Localization, especially in my market, is so key. I'm just thinking, since we're in the US at the moment, the difference between New York and LA is probably very similar, right? But then if you're advertising to Middle America, it's very different. So I guess even in the States, you would have from state to state in terms of the different nuances. We have the same in terms of Arabic, the different styles of Arabic. Like, I guess, if you create something in Spanish, if you're Spanish in Spain, it's a different Spanish than it is to Mexico or Argentina. So dialects and culturally being aware of what's right and what's wrong, you have to dial in. And then talking about formats, not every content piece works across every format, which some clients do believe that they do. And we're like, no, they don't. It's not the same. You have to switch it up. You have to create something different. And they wonder why sometimes it fails. It's like, well, we kind of told you. You've got to listen to us. We have been doing this for a while. So I think sometimes it's us as an agency. We've got to be brave enough to say, guys, these are the numbers. This is why we need to do this. You need to spend to do what you need to do. And nowadays, yeah, there's platforms that we can flip around things in terms of voiceovers, and you don't have to go to a studio anymore. You can put it into some sort of AI platform to do it. They have cut me off. No.
I do think we're just about out of time, but thank you all for joining me here today. We thought it'd be fun to end in true social media platform by taking a Meryl Streep-esque selfie with the whole room, if everyone wants to gather in.
All right.
Do it the Gen Z way.
Do you have the phone here? You're all going to be in it, so smile.
I may need to borrow someone with a longer arm.
Who has the longest arm? Yeah. Oh, the lighting's great.
Okay, we've just got 2 brief sessions away from Negronis. So next. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. So we've got Straighter coming in to talk to us about decentralized storytelling. I'm going to find you in the room. Oh, there you are. Thank you.
Actually, the thing is, I am a student in a programming university. Yeah, there was someone on the screen there and yeah, so today I'm in marketing. Yeah, I'm learning how to do customer acquisition, media, relation, digital marketing, and all. And the thing is, actually, I'm just graduating business from there. Yeah, understand. Yeah. And actually, I'm doing an internship in a local company, and it's like the social media. It's okay to make a call.
Hi, I'm Straith. I'm the Chief Creative Officer for Candy Digital, and my focus is really on building deep and impactful Web3 experiences for entertainment and IP. At Candy, if you're not familiar with it, our goal is to reimagine fandom, and our team works on developing really immersive digital experiences across sports and entertainment and the arts. Today, I'm going to share a little bit about decentralized storytelling, why it matters, and how to build it within your team as a practice. So I just want to start with the macro. I think we're kind of beyond peak TV. We're actually approaching the era of infinite content. There are a ton of shocking and appalling stats about how much time we spend in front of our screens. That screen time has increased about 50 minutes a day since 2013. We're hitting about 8 hours now. The rise of social networks, new creator tools being introduced, and in general, lower costs have really contributed to this boom in user-generated content that the previous panel was talking about. Again, big stat. YouTube alone sees over 30,000 hours of content uploaded every hour. That's the equivalent of Netflix's entire domestic library, a library that itself is growing about 180% every year. So what's behind this boom? Of course, it's new platforms, but also it's people. The thing that is absolutely fueling this growth and this explosion in content is the ingenuity of global fan communities. So again, thinking about those big scary stats, half of all Fortnite time is played in third-party games. Everybody on TikTok essentially is also uploading content, or at least 83% of them are. And the volume of fan fiction created in the last 20 years rivals the volume of all fiction ever created in all of human history, which is, again, awesome, scary, and appalling. It's great if you love fan fiction, which I do. So I think, again, there's been a conversation and a thread that went through the last panel that I think is really, really relevant. The idea that fans today aren't just fans. They are the creators and the architects of tomorrow. And so what I think is so critical right now is figuring out how we develop and game and build the decentralized infrastructure that allows fan communities and people more broadly just to get in there and play and collaborate with IP. That just feels really, really critical right now. So how best to get started? If you're a person or if you're a brand looking to build a community, it begins with a story. A story really is the shortest distance between an idea you have and the community you want to build around it. Decentralized storytelling, it's like a really big word. I feel like I'm using a lot of $50 words in this presentation. I'm sorry for that. But what it means structurally is that you are building for collaboration. If you haven't read it, Amelia Winger-Bearskin has a really excellent breakdown of the practice for creating decentralized story worlds. I could share a link, I'm sure it's easily discoverable. But it comes down to a couple of codes and principles, which I'll sort of enumerate here. The first one is that a decentralized story is inherently multimedia. It's not bound to a single platform, and in fact, it's better because it travels between them. So it benefits from different expressions in different media and different distribution channels. A decentralized story is one that takes a really long time to tell. So a decentralized story is one that's open, which means there's a sense that it's ongoing, that it's happening in real time, that it is unfolding. So think about Minecraft, not a movie. And your benchmark, thus, for building a good decentralized story is going to be hours of engagement and not just impressions. The other thing about decentralized stories is that they have their own economy. So economies are things that pop up in spaces where people define what they value together as a group. An economy is an indication that a community has not only defined their values, but they've also created a way of interacting with one another via exchange and via transactions with one another. A decentralized story is one that anybody can join. And lastly, a decentralized story isn't one that I write or that you guys write. It's something that we write together. So a decentralized story is one that is really given life by the people who are listening to it, by the people who are participating in it, and the people who are sharing it and telling it themselves. That storytelling act is done as a community. So what does this look like in practice? Over the course of the past year, the team that I've been working with has been building a decentralized story platform with DC Comics. In 2022, last year, DC launched the Bat Cowl Collection, which is this NFT-based narrative-driven experience that really allows fans to become protagonists for the first time in the DC universe. So in a first for, I think, any major franchise IP, the DC Bat Cowl community, people who own these NFTs and these tokens, are also enabled access to a specific and unique feature. What they can do together as a community is shape and contribute to canon. Right now, they're in the process of authoring a new Batman comic book series called Batman: The Legacy Cowl. This comic book series, which is now in its 3rd chapter, is the first original DC comic book created through fan voting and blockchain-based governance. What that means and what that's looked like over the course of the past year is 60 votes over 3 seasons, basically weekly votes, and people spending time not just shaping the arc and the narrative of this comic book series, but actually playing in the world that their votes have shaped. They've spent over 300,000 hours in in-world narrative experiences in alternate reality games. So they're creating and writing this new chapter in Batman canon with DC artists and writers, and then they're also playing in the world that they've created, which is really cool. So this is not unprecedented for DC. In fact, in the 90s, they launched the opportunity for fans to vote on parts of a DC comic. It was Batman 428, in fact. People could call in and suggest alternate endings. But this is a continuation of this practice, and it really marks the first time that a DC fan community has collaborated directly with DC artists and writers through an ongoing series of votes. These fans have contributed, and this is the comic book that they've been working on, but they have weighed in on and voted on the logline, the title, the cover art, the key events, dialogue, baddies. Everything that's in this pages has been created by fans, which is a kind of a historic first. Over the summer, the fan community created a DC supervillain, becoming the very first community to do so. So unfortunately, instead of launching good in the world, we decided to launch evil, but that's the power of community, right? So a really, really historic first by the community to create and contribute to canon. We've had a lot of help in building this world. So on our side, and when you kind of think about what goes into decentralized story worlds, it is a lot of canon, and it's a lot of lore. And in the case of DC and building a project anchored in Batman, it's about 80 years of such. So we've really dug into that history to create these new experiences for users. And along the way, they've been able to do things that have never been done before. So they've been able to map Gotham City for the first time. There are locations on this map here that did not exist in canon before they had been introduced into an alternate reality game. So they're literally marking out places in Gotham City. They're literally marking out new territory. They also have these tokens that have specific traits and identities that correspond to their own identity, that signify their role in the fandom and their part within the Bat faction or Bat community. What we've learned, and this is pretty exciting for me, is just that story drives the most powerful engagements. Co-creativity and co-creation opportunities actually drive social activity, and they drive marketplace spend. We have this sort of layer of co-creation that lives on top of an NFT marketplace, and what we're seeing is that these events are the most powerful in terms of activating and engaging this community. Even anticipation of a co-creative event or of a vote or of an ARG will drive higher volumes of social activity and marketplace activity. And so what we're seeing across our platform is that this kind of story-based activation has even more impact than traditional product marketing, which is really cool. Maybe not the learning that we expected to get going into starting this platform. What we also saw was that co-creation, far from being something that can diminish value, is actually an activity that can increase IP value and kind of grow your IP portfolio. So we have 21% of eligible voters participating in comic book votes. We have this kind of core group of superfans driving 8 million social impressions and accounting for, again, that kind of crazy number of hours spent in gameplay, over 300,000 hours in alternate reality games with us. And so I guess the biggest takeaway for us as we've been working through this project and thinking about what it means to build a decentralized storytelling platform is that we're in this age of peak content. We're probably past the term peak into infinite content. But in participatory or decentralized storytelling, we have this really different way to think about the experiences that we build online. And for a lot of us who have come up creating content, it's not going to be enough to create content anymore, and that should be really, really exciting. I think the future about what we create with fans, and largely the future of media, is about creating space and giving people a place to play and participate and be heard. So I think that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
That was very cool, thank you. Last but not least, we're going to talk about the future of creator marketing and advocacy with Anna Vale and Edward East. Can you please come up?
Hi, good afternoon or good evening. We are the last shift, so we are going to have an interactive fireside. How many of you, please feel free to raise your hand as we're talking, ask us any questions. We have lots to talk about, we talk all the time, but we do want to hear from others. So let's start with raising your hand if you have used some type of advocacy, influencer, creator marketing in a full funnel approach in your company.
Not very many hands.
Okay, all right. So I'm Anna Vale. I'm a brand marketing consultant and fractional CMO, and I'm joined by Ed East, the CEO and founder of Billion Dollar Boy, an intercontinental influencer marketing agency. Welcome.
Thank you, Anna. Nice to meet all of you. I think it's interesting that there weren't very many hands raised, and I hope by the end of this, you may consider it in your plans moving forwards. And I think to Anna's point, we'd love to make this more conversation as we go through, so rather than save any questions for the end, while we're talking, please get involved and ask questions. Maybe just raise your hand and we'll bring you in.
So I know influencer marketing has been discussed a little bit today, but I think there's a real misconception of what influencer marketing is. And depending on where you stand in the world, what industry you're in, there's different ways of tackling influencer marketing. I think one of the things that we're going to approach today is how influencer marketing has changed. What does influencer actually mean when you're being influenced? I very much come from the brand side, and Ed comes from the agency working with lots and lots of brands and clients. So we have two sides of the conversation here. we're also going to tackle what's the future, because we've been talking about influencer marketing now for 10 years. So what is our future in influencer marketing? So let's just kind of rewind, take a step back. Let's almost like forget what we know about influencer marketing, and let's just talk about what is influencer marketing in today's world?
So I think there are lots of misconceptions about influencer marketing. I heard a few people chatting about it earlier, and influencer marketing covers a broad spectrum of marketing options. And for me, it's about the democratization of content production and content distribution via social media. So it actually allows you to do so much more than purely influence. And that's why it's not here to it's not a fad, it's not a trend, it's here to stay. So I think that's why we've been successful. And we started around 10 years ago. Today we're about 150 plus people across London, Copenhagen, New York, and New Orleans. I'm obviously British with a British accent, but I went to University of Virginia and have recently moved to New York to help my co-founder, Pamela Doyle, build the business, and obviously our brilliant team here. We work with the likes of L'Oreal, from a beauty perspective, Heineken, from a food and drink perspective, King, who are in games like Candy Crush, in gaming, and then also lots of different fashion companies. So it's an incredible space. People are investing for all the right reasons. In fact, one of our key clients is now spending much more on influencer marketing than television. So as I mentioned, it's not just about the influence, but it's about the democratization of content production. It's far faster. There's far more diversity in that. The quality is there as well, because social has allowed you to reach creators and influencers in many different parts of the world, no matter their size, and we can engage them from London. So we could be engaging, or from New York, we could be engaging a creator from Indonesia to produce a pack shot of a NARS lipstick product, for example, and it could be featuring on NARS global channel. So it's very, very interesting, and it's that democratization, I think, which is changing advertising.
You know, I think that's interesting. You touched on budget. What I'm seeing from brand clients is that the budget is being taken from other marketing funnels and transferred over to influencer. Are you seeing that shift in clients within the agency, putting more into influencer marketing, but wanting to get more out of it?
Yeah, great question, Anna. I think 100%. And I think it's how they're tactically utilizing that investment in influencer marketing to leverage it in other channels. So as I mentioned a second ago, we started 9 years ago, and for the last 9 years, I'd say we've been running executional-based influencer marketing campaigns. Your bread and butter, you provide a product to an influencer, you provide a creative brief, they respond to that, they produce the content, it goes live on their channel, in its most simple terms. Then for the last 2 years, we've really started to invest heavily in what we call creator advertising. Creator advertising takes that budget that much further. It's where creators is really a synonym for influencer. It's just the evolution of that term. And it's where creators sit at the heart of your campaigns, your creative strategic platforms. And that, previously you may have led with television, but now creators sit at the heart of that and everything streams down from that. So I think that's an interesting and a very smart approach to evolving with this creator landscape and the democratization of content production distribution through social. So that's why that transition is happening, and we'll only continue to see it shift.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I see on smaller beauty brands, I go into a brand and by the time I'm finished with the consultancy gig, their creator budget is 10x. It really is, because you start seeing results, you start seeing them quickly, you start seeing traffic to websites, you start seeing your retail go up as well pretty quickly once you've chosen the right people. It's not always going to be successful, but more often than not, you do need to give it some time to get the momentum going, and then you see it. One of the things that is interesting, we're taking money from advertising dollars and we're putting it into influencer. We're seeing a shift as well in structure, because now influencer used to be an afterthought in a lot of companies. Now it's really at the nucleus, the heart of a brand and of a company. Are you seeing the same with clients?
Definitely. So 10 years of influencer marketing, last 2 years around creator advertising. We'll be investing heavily in that for the next 3 to 4 years based off client demand. But then the future is this wider creator economy. It's all the businesses now being built by creators. And it's relevant because brands are bringing creators, and this is what should be happening, into their businesses far earlier than when you're doing your marketing planning. So it's considering them in product development, in research. And for me, that is so exciting. And the creator economy is an evolution of that, where creators are not just looking to work with brands to build and promote their businesses, but they're actually building their own. So that may be an Instagram chef who became popular during COVID and has now started a restaurant. That could be an artist who now runs a t-shirt printing company. Or it could be KSI and Logan Paul who set up Prime, which parents who have young children will be aware of probably what Prime is. It's a very, very successful FMCG drink. So I think it's really changing, and you should be integrating creators into your world. And Anna, what do you think of, I'd love to hear from the brand side, your perspective on that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think absolutely I feel the same. If you have a good influencer strategy, it could be really at the heartbeat of your brand. It could obviously create content. That content can be boosted, that content can be sparked, depending on what platform you're on. The other piece is it can be turned to ads at any point if you're working with them, so then you're influencing the ad spend. You could be using content for email. I think David touched on this before. You could have them on email. You can be doing events with them. You can be creating products with them, going back to the creator economy. You really can start that kind of 360 traditional marketing campaign, but now it's the modern marketing approach, because you're creating a 360 wheel around the influencer at the core of it. And then when you look at the influencer, they really have to advocate for the brand, which is why you now see advocacy. So when you're looking at some more modern marketing kind of techniques and tactics, a lot of the more junior people coming up the ranks, they have job titles like advocacy manager. And if you speak to someone who's been in the industry for a while, they're like, what does it mean? Like, what does an advocacy manager do? Well, an advocate for your brand really is the mouthpiece. And they really can create brand love, brand loyalty when they're really integrated into the brand. So I guess where I'm going with this is that influencer doesn't just sit there as a piece of what you're doing. If it's in the brand, it's in the DNA of building advocates and brand love, you need to bring other people in to put that message out there.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, push marketing, pull marketing does not exist anymore. You need people that advocate for you on your behalf.
And Anna, just on that point, sort of influencer marketing
doesn't exist really anymore.
No, it's so much broader, right?
It's so much more, yeah. And actually, I've worked with Ed's company with some of the brands I've worked on as well. And when you ask for a proposal, this is not a pitch at all. When you ask for a proposal, you see so much beyond, oh, I want an influencer campaign. Because an influencer campaign cannot sit on its own. So if anyone's had an experience where it's been negative, that's because it's been separate. It needs to be integrated in everything you're doing.
Yeah, I think integration's key. And it just makes it so much smarter investment and far more effective in the long run.
Yeah, absolutely. At that point, we're going to talk about the future but before we move on, are there any questions around it? Yeah.
Sure. Yes, we can, Justin.
Yeah.
I think great question. Well, just the other day, so Christine, who's sitting here in the front of the audience, hosted a panel for us with NARS, which is one of our clients, and it was on, I think it was on Monday, and we had essentially a board of creators there to offer advice to the brand on all elements of their in this case, marketing. They talked about product and more. So the role that we played in this place was a facilitation role in creating a board of creators to give advice back to the brand. So I think agencies will develop and adapt to into that space. But we're learning and thinking about how to do that too. But it's a great question. It's a good question. I think just to service that, if you take influencer marketing today as an example, we'll be working with like thousands upon thousands of creators every single month for brands. And creators are, like all of us, individuals. It's not just a billboard that you can buy media space on. You actually have to negotiate and build a relationship with that individual and work through that with them. So it requires time and it requires consideration from people to make that happen. And I guess we're going to come on to how AI and technology can support that. But I think it's essential to have people there to support it.
Yeah, it's a great question. I see this a lot. I work with small indie beauty brands, and they're always at that tipping point of becoming a really big brand. And at that point, they have a lot of managers, and everyone's very siloed. And bringing everyone together is absolutely the key for future success. Organic influencer relations and relationships is vital. Like, you can't just throw budget and money at something to succeed. You still need that advocacy and brand love. You then also need someone who's really strategic to understand where you spend that money. So if we take a step back, I've been working for like over 20 years now, and I started as a PR. And as a PR, you really needed to know the brand, know what you were selling and pitching to the consumer and to your customer, which for me was media back then. And then you need to build relationships so you know what they want. And, you know, I say I've reinvented myself 3 or 4 times during my career. Influencer relations are no different. Like, you need to know your customer, you need to have a good relationship, which is what you were just saying, Ed, with the agency. Like, you know who's going to love that type of campaign to be part of. So these managers who are the organic relationship builders are vital, absolutely vital. You need to have this tribe of people that are loving your products. They can be anything from customer all the way through to the mega influencers if they really love the brand. And then you need to know where to pick the people that are going to partner with you on a paid capacity. Because if you've already got a loyal community out there, they then see the influencer talking about it and working with a brand that they are true to, that they really enjoy working with. It's going to be even more powerful. But you do need that bird's eye view. And that's when you can bring an agency in, or you can bring in someone who can really see the marketing mix from a much higher view. But you kind of need all those elements. You definitely need that. I always call it, you know, the pyramid of advocacy. And if it's a founder brand, you kind of have your founder, who's the biggest influencer. Then you have your customers, you have people that work for you at influencing as well. You know, I say I've got 800 followers, I don't want any more. But when I talk to the school mums and tell them what hair product to use, they're going to see 10 bottles of shampoo sold at the local Sephora. Maybe I should start some affiliate marketing.
Good idea, Anna. Yeah.
But, you know, influencing can start at any level, and all those pieces need to be tied together. At what point you then put a big budget is going to be dependent on how quickly the brand is growing. There's the other side as well, chicken and egg. What comes first? Do you go big on the budget to bring in the traffic and the consumers, or do you wait until the brand's making money to spend? It's a big question.
Maybe just to add one point to that, which is I think you, within the question, you were asking about the sort of freedom you provide to creators within the creative. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. I think that's where, in fact, I think this is where you'll see creator agencies and influencer agencies starting to play more fundamental roles in that, because they can remove that disjointedness, and they can help create consistency across your different channels. So, I mean, I'd love to share some examples of how we do that, but you'll see a lot of these businesses moving in that direction. So we're investing very heavily in creatives, strategists, media buyers from more traditional media company agencies who understand other channels and other forms of marketing and integrating them with our what I describe as sort of influencer marketing experts, people who've been brought up with that, so that we can learn from them and they can learn from us, so that we can create much more joined up campaigns which sit across multiple channels, with creators sitting at the heart of it. And the key is to give them creative freedom. And now when we're interviewing new creatives, and our creative director told me this, he wants to check if those creatives are very protective over their idea, or whether they can provide inspiration for someone else to bring an idea to life. If they need to have it exactly the way they expect, then that won't work in this world. So that's one of the fundamental questions we're checking when we're hiring for creatives.
I think it's so interesting as well. A lot of people say, oh, that creator isn't on brand, but we need new consumers. I'm like, well, if the on-brand creators aren't bringing the consumers, maybe you need to look at different audiences. And sometimes the slightly off-brand creators can bring in a whole new world of consumers.
Yeah, we've had a lot of success with quite a few gaming companies in that respect, where we'll be looking for, and I think we're going to talk about this as a trend for the year ahead, and as one of Anna's topics, around these niche communities. And we've had a lot of success engaging influencers who've sat so far out of what you'd imagine the brand should be engaging with, and then that relationship really resonating with the audience we're actually trying to target. But in that case, you'll be creating the content with that creator and then amplifying it to your relevant audience through paid. So it can work incredibly well, Anna, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Love that. Okay, so one of the things we are... Actually, let's talk about AI before we go on, because you touched on...
Sure.
Yeah, we can talk about that. You touched on that with platforms as well, because making sure we've got the right platforms in place to...
Yeah, so from an AI perspective, we've started to consider how to integrate this into our working practices. Obviously, a lot of us will be using ChatGPT to review our emails, summarize meeting notes, and that I did a lot. It's very effective. But actually, there's sort of two other elements from a Gen AI perspective, in using Gen AI creators to promote brands and create content. That's something we're exploring, and we just launched a huge campaign with Versace globally in that respect. And the campaign content really blew my mind. I had no idea this was possible. So if any of you would like to see that, I'm really happy to share that with you afterwards. But then internally, while there's one team focusing on Gen AI, I've been focusing with my team far more on efficiency internally and how we can use AI to help source creators. So we found that typically people will use search tools where they'll say, I'm looking for a creator that has 1 million followers, of which 40% are in New York City, between the ages of 24 to 34, talking about food. And you can get more and more specific. And I'd say it's about very sort of quantitative metrics. That's quite easy to do those types of searches. What we found is that once you do that search, you have to spend a long time looking through that creative content to imagine whether that person can align with your creative idea and brief. So then we thought, well, how can we do this qualitatively? And when we're preparing pitches and presentations about the briefs, we will look for existing creative content to bring to life what we think that creative idea will look like, a little bit like a production company who create a storyboard. So we thought, well, what if we could source creative content, input it into the database, and then it recommend back to us creators who create that style of creative content. So we have a great example where you can input a pug, photo of a pug, and it will show you images. It will source the creators who are pushing out images of pugs. Now, if you want to do more sort of qualitative-based searches, not just to find influencers who are interested in posting about pugs, but you may be interested in someone who actually, that's probably, I'm not going to go into that example. It's a good qualitative way to find creative examples of what you're looking for. Yeah.
So it's so interesting because I don't know if you've seen in the city, there's an ad campaign right now on all the bus shelters that says, it's to all different people, and it says, AI took my job. And then underneath the picture of the person, it says to the next level. And I think that's a really good example that you have all these amazing strategists that are building campaigns, but you just get a little bit extra, quite a bit extra, knowing that you're going to find the right creators.
Definitely.
So, okay, so moving on to really, what is the future? Because we constantly hear rumors, oh, influencer marketing's over. Like, we know it's not. Like, we know it's not. We know it's really the heartbeat of a lot of what we do. But like, what do we see be in the future of influencer, creator marketing, advocacy within brands, kind of coming into 2024 and beyond?
Maybe Annie, why don't you go first?
He's going to bounce it back to me. Okay. I think we're still going to have this kind of pyramid of advocacy with all the different types of creators, but I think we're going to see community and niche creators play a much bigger role. So in terms of niche creators, if I just kind of go back to beauty industry, a lot of the kind of up-and-coming beauty brands tend to be very successful on the East and the West Coast. The ones that become really big are the ones that find their niche communities within the middle of America. And there's a lot of money. Like, you look at Texas, you look at Utah, and these niche communities can really change the size of a brand and can really talk about what's going on in their community. So there's one community at the moment with Utah mums, and they have millions and millions of followers. And there was a brand a while back that literally sold out. We don't really know what was going on. We didn't have an ad campaign, and it was a new mum in Utah had discovered a lip gloss on a pretty small brand. I wasn't part of that campaign. I'm just telling a story, but the point is that there are these niche communities everywhere. There's this, there's a lot of chatter as well in the trade media about mums. So you think about young mums. Typically, a young mum is not necessarily about age. It might be a mum that's just become a mum. There's this whole group of maybe the older millennial. So when influencer marketing started, they were young millennials. They've now grown into an older millennial with young kids, an amazing career, disposable income. And they're suddenly becoming this big niche that brands want to associate with, because who do you trust? You trust someone that resonates with you. So, you know, we're seeing these niche communities pop up. And I think within that community umbrella, brands aren't going to be able to say, here's our big campaign, this is what we're doing for spring. It's like, here's our big idea, and here are 5 of the small campaigns that are going to sit under that. It's going to become complicated, but I think we're going to have to drill down to those communities.
Yeah, these niche communities seem key. I mean, I've heard people talking about witch talk as a trend, and that is a very niche community that's interested in witches on TikTok. Witch talk. Like,
witch talk.
you hear book
Yes.
talk and all those.
Yes,
But
Halloween.
yeah, these niche communities make so much sense, and I think that probably plays on to a trend that I see happening, which is when I got into started working in social media, I was working in Los Angeles and running Facebook pages for a film company. And I remember the sort of first year of doing this, we would put a post out on one of our film's Facebook pages. We'd have 1 million likes on that page, and that post would get 1 million engagements. Over the course of 12 to 24 months, you put the same, you know, similarly sort of what you would imagine to be a similarly engaging post, and that post would receive 1,000 likes, not 1 million like you used to. And that's as the platforms deprioritize the organic reach of that so that you put paid spend into it. So what we're seeing, and again, another shift towards creator from influencer, is that the platforms are deprioritizing that reach in order to command that paid budget and investment into their platforms. That doesn't mean influencer disappears. We're just saying that the creation of content by influencer is very important, combined and paired up with paid. So it allows you to work with niche communities and get unbelievable content that can talk to many different audiences. And with a smart combined paid media approach, you can really leverage these communities and maximize their effectiveness. So for me, a big trend, and this has been going on for a while, but will continue, is that the combination of paid working hand in hand with creators. And I think, you know, traditionally you've had media agencies, creative agencies. I imagine that happened because of procurement teams trying to split fees. But I think that's a really backwards approach. You really should have creative and media teams working in-house together, because it's a much more iterative model nowadays. So hopefully people will start to see that more and more. Yeah.
Sorry, what was that? Yeah. And I think we're going to see bigger budgets as well. I really do. I think bigger budgets in the influencer channel. We may not see overall marketing budgets grow, but I think we're going to see a shift because of the ROI that can come from a really good campaign. I think we're going to see I think we're going to see less models, and we're going to see more real people as well, and they're going to come from these types of communities, so there's resonance.
Yeah, I think exactly. Just if you just put us, let's say creators of all sizes will be engaged across campaigns moving forwards, and it again just leads to more diversity, which is what we all want to see. So I think it's great.
Yeah. So I think we've got 2 minutes left. If there's any questions.
I've got a mic, which is exciting. I'm sure everyone else in the audience that's asked questions
Yeah,
is
I can
envious.
hear you.
I wonder, I was thinking as we were talking, obviously you're both involved very heavily in the creator space, the influencer space, and the trend of moving more, I suppose, advertising spend almost autonomously to the end creator makes a lot of sense, but it also puts pressure on sort of agency budgets, and I think ultimately potentially cuts out budget for the platforms themselves. So the need for paid media spend for a brand it is reduced by the organic reach of a creator, which is more authentic. My question is, do you see, or do you, with that spend that's happening on TikTok, but them essentially having no ability to access that media budget anymore, as in, you know, the value is there, the platform is providing the value, it's providing the reach, but TikTok don't get any cash out of it because there is no paid media sort of ad space buying, there is no, the transaction is happening out of platform. How, I suppose the question really is, how is that going to affect the industry generally speaking? And is there going to be an encroachment of the platforms essentially coming for these budgets? Does that broadly make sense?
Yeah, the question is a great question. I think that is happening. Perhaps I tried to maybe answer that before, but I may not quite have. So I think the platforms are engaging with creators. They must, because the creators create content which engages audiences, and it's the reason they stay. But what they will be doing is, and the reason that we've shifted towards creator is, I guess creators are really actually encroaching much more on the production budgets, because they're the ones making the content that then is amplified just through your normal paid media budgets. Yeah. So I think that's probably where the shift is happening, more so. And as I mentioned, the organic reach of creators is dropping in order for you to have to put paid media spend behind it. So the platforms are aware of that for sure. It's a very good point, and it is definitely a shift that's taking place.
Yeah, I think we'd obviously heard from a guy that works at Twitch earlier in the week, and I know they've recently had a situation where super common for the creator themselves to have personal sponsors, and they would have, you know, the Doritos logo would be in their stream. I'm fairly certain Twitch brought rules in which limited the amount of personal sponsors you could have on your stream in order to basically sell more ad space, you know, that would then come through the platform. So it was, it's I think an interesting almost situation. There's multiple stakeholders, and someone's not going to get paid, or paid as well as they perhaps otherwise would be.
I think really it's a shift in production mainly that's happening, and that's why that term influencer marketing may even be the wrong one to look at this. It's that democratization which is happening because of social media and hardware, which is so much more advanced now. So you can create incredible content with a much smaller crew and a much smaller budget.
Cool.
That's a great question to end on. So thank you for having us today. We've obviously enjoyed. We could talk about this forever. So if anyone wants to talk to us, we will be here. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful day, and we'll see you around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those who hung in there. That was a great way to wrap the day. I know there was a lot presented. For me, I always try to distill it down to 3 things I could take away and action in the business and for our clients, and I hope you all have that. I have about 80 pages of notes, and thank you to GWI. Please join them for a Negroni at the bar. And thank you all for coming. Thanks for a great day.